voice with something meaningful to say. Welcome to my moment, TED Talkathon.
Falling behind. And the two of you use it. So look here to the right, it's actually stealing. Sure. Someone may try painting and discover a fashion account full of money.
The most powerful connections in life don't need Wi-Fi.
Sure. And if you learn,
You actually have to talk to your family.
We get to school, we go to the class, bombs and stiff birds have been killed in Gaza. Just imagine that number. That's like thousands. The question that many of us listen.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Please stand up everyone for the national anthem. Good morning, everyone. We will start off the event with a recitation from the Holy Quran recited by Zaid Omar Khalil.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم اقرأ باسم ربك الذي خلق خلق الإنسان من علق اقرأ وربك الأكرم الذي علم بالقلم علم الإنسان ما لم يعلم كلا إن الإنسان ليطغى أن رآه استغنى إن إلى ربك الرجعى أرأيت الذي ينهى عبدا إذا صلى أرأيت إن كان على الهدى أو أمر بالتقوى أرأيت إن كذب وتولى ألم يعلم بأن الله يرى كلا لئن لم ينته لنسفعا بالناصية ناصية كاذبة خاطئة فليدع ناديه سندع الزبانية كلا لا تطعه واسجد واقترب.
After a very inspiring day of grade 4 and 5 speakers, it continues. Today, we will hear from grade 6, 7, and 8. Well, yesterday, we heard ideas that made us think, question, and maybe change our minds. And this is what TED is all about. TED is not just public speaking. It is about sharing ideas, hearing different opinions, and changing your opinion by hearing others' perspective. You walk in with an opinion and you leave in with another. That is the power of idea. And let's be for real. Standing on this stage, expressing your thoughts is not easy. I know this because I was a contestant here myself in the past, and I've experienced how much guts it takes and a lot of work just to do it. So please, give our speakers the respect and attention they deserve today. Before voices arise and ideas take flight, let's pause for a moment and watch together how a powerful story begins with a spark.
I know sometimes I should relax my mind and take it easy, take it easy.
I want to talk with you about they don't understand and expect them to easily do it. Lectures, discussions. Countries, what things have you ever discussed now?
The spotlight paints a circle on the floor, all the quiet chairs and the hum. My big idea feels like a little seed, hoping it takes root for someone else to see. Just a fragile blueprint in my head that could build a brand new way to think. A whispered secret on a giant screen here at the TED Talkathon. The TED Talkathon. The spotlight paints a circle on the floor, all the quiet chairs and the hum. My big idea feels like a little seed, hoping it takes root for someone else to see. Just a fragile blueprint in my head that could build a brand new way to think. A whispered secret on a giant screen here at the TED Talkathon. The TED Talkathon. The spotlight paints a circle on the floor, all the quiet chairs and the hum. My big idea feels like a little seed, hoping it takes root for someone else to see. Just a fragile blueprint in my head that could build a brand new way to think. A whispered secret on a giant screen here at the TED Talkathon. The TED Talkathon.
We're at day 2 of our TED Talkathon of 2026. Now, I am pleased to introduce our judges for today's TED Talkathon. We are truly honored to have such inspiring people with us, and we appreciate their time and presence. First, we are honored to welcome Dr. Abir Arif Al-Qashash from the University of Jordan.
She hasn't arrived yet. Inshallah, soon she will be with us.
Next, we are delighted to welcome Ms. Arij Mahmoud Abu Gharbiya, who currently works part-time at the University of Jordan. Please welcome us on stage. Thank you for being here today. And finally, we are happy to welcome Ms. Farah Ode, English team leader, who we truly appreciate your presence today. I'm Hamad Shanan and I'll be your presenter for today's TED Talkathon. We start today with our grade 6 speakers. Grade 6Z. What if I told you that the strongest person is the one who ends a fight? Nasser Atme is here to explain how to stop fights.
Hello everyone. Today I want to talk about something that happens in every school. Fights. Let me start with a question. Have you ever seen a fight between two students that they stopped thinking clearly? One day I saw a fight between two students. One student was calm, but the other one was very angry. The calm student went and asked for help from a teacher. When the teacher arrived, the angry student was still fighting because he couldn't control his anger. The teacher got upset and took him to the supervisor's office. But the strange part, the calm student didn't go there because he didn't do anything wrong. This made me realize something, that often anger is from that if you are angry, you are in trouble. So, if you are in a trouble, calm down. If you calm down, you will be you can be in trouble. If you are in trouble, you will be you if you are in trouble, just go there. Be calm, because when you are calm, when you be calm, you can be
We'll give him another chance, please, Ms. Lana.
Phones are part of our lives, but sometimes they take more than they give. Yaman Libkour is here to show us how your phone is stealing your life.
Your phone is stealing your life. Ladies and gentlemen, I greet you all by the Islamic rites. Thus, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Quick question. Have you ever told yourself 5 more minutes from scrolling at your phone screen, like then you'll go straight to bed? In reality, and I am 100% sure that these 5 minutes turns into hours. I know this, because actually it always happens to me. And this is the reason why I'm here. My name is Imal Bkour from grade 6, and in today's speech, I'll try to convince you that the tool you're using to help you out in life is actually stealing it. A friend I know had gives most of his time playing at his phone and video games, and he even sometimes came to school with no hours of sleep. I wouldn't deny that a life with phones and video games isn't fun, but actually, your phone isn't a window. Your phone became a window. Your phone became a trap you're falling for happily. And the most importantly, physical damage. You start building, your shoulders are becoming weaker. Your back starts hurting you. Don't waste your good life part of your time. Your shoulders are becoming weaker. Furthermore, addicting to your devices, actually, you start building unhealthy habits, such as laziness, over not being able to catch anything. Instead, you want to watch that person, and you want to watch that lame story boy. And the most importantly, physical damage. You start building, your shoulders are becoming weaker, your back starts hurting you. Well, these days when I want to go to take a walk in the street, I see toddlers are holding the iPads like it's a part of their body. People right now are talking with each other while they're driving. In the logical conclusion, I would from everyone, when you go back to home, to put your phone away, to enjoy the silence between yourself, to enjoy playing the sports, to enjoy eating meals with your family. Don't waste your good life of your time at everything, especially for a video or reel. Thank you for listening.
Thank you so much.
Schools shouldn't just focus on facts. Yamin Ashur is here to show us why schools should teach creativity.
What if the most important skill for the future isn't memorizing fact, but learning how to think creatively? In fact, teaching creativity can help students solve problems, build confidence, and improve critical thinking. Clearly, school should teach creativity. Definitely, teaching imagination can help students solve big and difficult problems. According to experts, students can think of new ideas instead of following the old traditional methods. For that reason, learning innovation helps students find creative solutions. Furthermore, training learners in creativity can build more confidence. For instance, when students want to create something like stories or essay, they can share their own ideas. As a result, students who practice imagination develop strong self-assurance. Above all, kids who practice imagination have high critical thinking skills. You may ask me, how? I'll answer, creativity is not just imagination. It is thinking, learning, and much more. Creativity requires evaluating which ideas are useful and realistic. In other words, students who practice imagination develop high critical thinking skills. In conclusion, schools must encourage creativity to prepare the students for the challenges of the future, to help students solve their problems, build confidence, and improve critical thinking. So, let's support and encourage creative learning because it can build a brighter future. Thank you.
Thank you. That was powerful. Thank you.
Technology is changing the world around us. Mustafa Hamad is here to talk about an artificial race.
AI is a very important aspect in our lives. But have you ever thought about the downsides? AI can always be a problem without noticing, and it's a major threat to us humans. But humans have no choice other than adapting with artificial intelligence. Do you think that AI can be a dangerous threat to humans? Last time, I was scrolling until a reel came up about two AI chatbots. They started talking in an unknown language nobody understands, even the scientists who created them. What do you think about what they could have been talking about? It either could have been something huge, like destroying humanity, or something small, like about how they got created. But do you still trust them? Clearly, AI can easily put people in danger. Artificial intelligence can help students cheat in assignments. AI can give students access to write full essays, for example. And just like how teachers back then used to tell our parents not to use the internet for doing the homework, they are now telling us not to use AI. Sure, we might be making fun of old teachers for not letting our parents use the internet. But our kids will wonder why we weren't allowed to use AI. And they will think ill of us. So teachers should adapt with AI, not fight it. Last but not least, AI can steal people's jobs. You might be asking me, how? I'm just going to give you a small example. China has made AI-powered robots. They teach them how to do complex tricks in maybe minutes. Then they want to perform the Chinese New Year parade stage, doing complex tricks and other stuff like backflips. What do you think about this? With certainty, a person can say that AI can steal people's jobs. But still, it cannot intimidate the soul. The logical conclusion is that humans should adapt with the same speed of AI, if not faster, so we can do helpful and creative projects together.
You really inspired us. Thank you so much.
Waiting isn't just about patience. Khalid Tamari is here to explore the hidden psychology behind waiting.
What do you feel? Do you feel time moving slowly? In reality, time itself does not slow down. Our brain simply changes the way we experience time. Clearly, the psychology of waiting shows that uncertainty, lack of control, and attention strongly affect how we experience time. First, uncertainty plays a major role in the experience of waiting. In fact, when you wait for something important such as exam results, a reply from someone, or important news, our brain focuses on getting the answer more than anything else. It keeps thinking, what might happen? For example, when you wait for a reply from someone, which is important, you keep checking your phone repeatedly. Because of this constant focus, even a short period of time feels extremely long. Furthermore, waiting creates a feeling of lack of control. Some people try to make small actions, believing it will make time move faster. Obviously, when nothing changes, the experience of waiting will feel more stressful. What is more, attention and focus also play a significant role in the experience of waiting. When you give all of our attention to the moment you are waiting for, time appears to move slowly. However, when we make something we enjoy, time moves fast. The logical conclusion is that time is not about minutes or hours. It's about how our minds processes uncertainty, lack of control, and attention. So, be patient and know that nothing is changing the movement of time. It's your brain.
Books can teach facts, but life skills teach you how to live. Muhammad Mansour is here to talk about life skills in school.
Hello viewer, have you ever noticed that more and more kids are disliking school and why? Well, the reason is very simple and sad. Unfortunately, kids think that you don't use what you learn in school in real life, which is why in my opinion, school should add life skills for students to learn. Furthermore, putting life skills in schools helps children gain a skill important to use in real life, like cooking for an example. Cooking has a huge impact on lives and even gives you a little bit of money. And when I say money, I mean jobs, like being a chef. And here's a fun fact. Chefs earn around $150 to $175 an hour. Could you believe that? No, me neither. Which is why life skills like these could be a great subject to add. The fact is, adding life skills to school make kids feel like they're learning something useful. Adding life skills to school make kids want to go there more often, which means if they add life skills, it is certain that make kids want to go more to school more often. In other words, adding life skills to school make kids less lazy. Laziness can often be because a person, and especially a child, isn't motivated or active, which is why if they add life skills, they would want to do something in life. So clearly, adding life skills would make them less lazy. The logical conclusion is adding life skills to school make kids want to go there more, understand more, be less lazy, and more. So please spread this information and maybe the school administrator can add life skills. Thank you so much for listening.
Give him a big hand. This is a request, please. And I think the school adds skills to you. What do you think? Right? Happy? Alhamdulillah. I'm very thankful, by the way. No, don't shake. You were very brave. Thank you.
Sometimes saying nothing is the best action. Hussein Abu Shame is here to explain why silence can sometimes be the right choice.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, respected judges, and my teacher. My name is Hussein Abu Shama, and today I'd like to share an idea with you. Have you ever been in a moment where everything around you was loud, people talking, arguing, or trying to prove they are right, but the most powerful thing someone did was simply stay silent? Most people think power comes from speaking the loudest. We often believe that if we talk more, argue more, or make more noise, people will listen to us. But the truth is, silence can sometimes say much more than words ever could. Clearly, we live in a very noisy world. Everyone wants to share her opinion. Everyone wants to be heard. In reality, though, the people who truly understand others are often the ones who stop talking and starts listening. Imagine your friend is upset. In most cases, they don't need a long speech or advice. They need someone sit next to them and listen. Common sense reveals that this quiet moment can show more care and kindness than many words. Silence can also show strength. When someone criticizes you or tries to make you angry, shouting back might seem a strong thing to do, but the correct perspective is that staying calm and silent can show even more confidence. It shows that you have control over your emotions. The essential idea is simple. Silence is not empty. Silence gives us time to think, understand, and reflect. So, the next time the world around you is loud and shouting, remember that you don't always need more words. Just pause, listen, and let silence speak. Thank you for listening.
That was wonderful. Scrolling is endless and distracting. Omar Mrayyan is here to talk about when the scroll never ends. Give him a big clap.
Have you ever opened your phone just to watch one short video and then suddenly 30 minutes are gone? That happened to me. I told myself just one more video, but one video became 5 became 20, and before I know it, I had wasted so much time. But the strange part is, I didn't even enjoy all the videos I watched. I just kept scrolling. But why? Because every scroll, every swipe, every short video gives a tiny hit of dopamine, the chemical that makes us feel good. It trains our brain to want more and more. At first, short-form content may seem fun, harmless. Apps like TikTok, Instagram, YouTube Shorts are full of quick short videos that surprise us, make us laugh, or grab our attention in seconds. But over time, they start changing the ways our brain works. They start making it harder for us to focus. After watching fast videos again and again, reading a book, doing homework, or even listening in class can start to feel slow and boring. That is because our brain gets used to speed, not patience. Short-form content also changes the way we think. Most of these videos are made to entertain us quickly, not to help us think deeply. We move from one video to another without stopping. We laugh for a second, react for a second, and then move on. But real learning doesn't happen that way. Big ideas need time. Understanding takes focus. If we only train our minds to enjoy quick content, we may forget how to think carefully. And maybe the biggest problem is normal life can start to feel less exciting. Quiet time feels boring, homework feels boring, and even real conversations can start to feel boring. That is because our brain gets used. Gets used to constant stimulation. But life is not made of 15-second clips. Life is made of discipline, patience, and hard work. So I'm not saying that short-form content is always bad. It can be good. Can sometimes even teach us something, but too much of it can slowly take control of our minds. If we only train our brains to watch short content and our minds, because in the end our minds are too powerful to be spent on the next scroll.
That was inspiring. Imagine a world without Wi-Fi for 24 hours. Murad Al-Ahmar explores what would happen if the internet disappeared for one day. Give him a big clap.
Yeah. Here, the heroes of the grade 6W have arrived. Yeah.
Imagine waking up to find out that the internet stopped working for the day. YouTube, Google, Gmail, and social media are all gone. Would your life be easier or would it be harder? The internet has become a part of almost everything we do, from learning to playing games and to talking to friends and family. Most people think we can get through a day, but without it, we would realize just how important the internet really is. First of all, social media is essential in our daily lives to communicate with our friends and loved ones. It is also helpful for school and work. Without social media, we wouldn't be able to talk to our family and friends who live far away. And without the internet, most jobs wouldn't function properly and could even go bankrupt. Clearly, if the internet disappears for one day, the world will be in chaos and the consequences would be severe. In addition to social media, Google and Gmail are also essential. We wouldn't be able to do simple tasks such as searching online and sending emails without them. Without Google, we wouldn't be able to know simple facts such as the weather, directions, and news. And without Gmail, we wouldn't be able to send important files and homework. It is obvious that without Google and Gmail, the world will be more lost and wouldn't be able to send important files on time. Finally, YouTube helps us learn many different subjects and how to fix basic things. For example, a desk or a door. If YouTube disappeared for one day, we wouldn't be able to. If YouTube disappears for one day, we wouldn't be able to watch videos to learn how to do many different things. For example, how to fix a door, how to fix a shelf, how to fix light bulbs, how to fix headphones, or how to fix most electronics, which can be very hard for us. Without a doubt, it is obvious that we need the internet for many different important needs. In conclusion, without the internet, our lives would be much harder than with the internet, and we cannot do important needs online. This shows just how we have been depending on the internet our entire life, and how it has been helping us with many different things in our life. Losing the internet for even one day will put the earth in chaos, and it will show just how dependent we have been on the internet. Thank you.
That was fabulous. Chess is more than moving pieces on board. Awsin Najjar is here to show us why chess is not just a game. Please welcome him.
Time after time, and I still hear the same words. Either chess is just a game, or chess is very boring and has no purpose. So let me tell you this, chess is not boring, nor is it just a game. Because when you really think about it, chess is much more than just a game. It's played on a small board with 32 pieces and 64 squares. Yet, it can create more possible game opportunities than atoms in the universe. And you may be wondering, how is that possible? Well, the estimated number of atoms in the universe are estimated to be around 10 to the power of 80. On the other hand, the estimated number of possible game chess moves are estimated to be around 10 to the power of 120. When I first tried playing chess myself, I thought it was about just kings, queens, and capturing pieces. But the more I played, the more I began to understand its full potential. Chess isn't about moving pieces. It's about thinking ahead, learning from mistakes, and making big decisions. Because once your hand leaves the piece, you can't take it back. Chess teaches us many other life decisions. As Alan Rufus once said, life is just like a game of chess. To win, you have to make a move. Knowing which move to make comes with insight and knowledge. And by learning the lessons that they accumulate along the way, we become every piece in the game called life. Another 2 reasons to play chess is that it makes you a better problem solver. Chess
When we make a move, you have to think several steps ahead and ask, if I do this, what will my opponent do next? This helps us make smart decisions in real life too. 2. It teaches us how to be a great sport. Chess is a great way to learn the power of grit, the strength to keep trying even after a mistake, like using the queen or even getting checkmated. And it helps us to return back even stronger. So the next time someone tells you chess is boring or has no purpose, tell them it's a universe possible at our fingertips. It helps to create healthy mind, and helps prepare us for the greatest game of all, life. Thank you for listening.
Truly convinced. Childhood should be a word of laughter and wonder. Tariq Bilal Abu Eid is going to tell us about a stolen childhood. Give him a big hand.
Have you ever wondered what life would be like? Instead of going to school, playing games, and hang out with friends, you had to work long hours every day. Imagine waking up early in the morning, not to go to school, but to go to a factory, farm, or even a construction site. Sadly, this is the reality of millions of children around the world. Child labor is a serious global issue that takes away children's right to education, safety, and happy childhood. One of the child labor happens when children are forced to work at a very young age, often in difficult or dangerous conditions. Instead of learning in classrooms, many of them spend their days doing hard physical work, some carry heavy loads, work with machines, or even stay in hot factories for many hours. These jobs are not only exhausting, but can harm their physical and mental health state. Child labor happens because one of the main reasons child labor happens is poverty. Many families struggle to earn enough money to meet their basic needs, such as food, clothing, and shelter. Because of this, the parents may feel the need to send their children to work. Sure, the money their children make may help the family survive, but it's also trapped them in a cycle of poverty. One of the major problems with child labor is that it prevents children from getting any education. School is very important because it teaches children skill and knowledge that can help them get better jobs in the future. When children are forced to work, they miss a lot of opportunities and may even remain poor as adults. In conclusion, child labor steals away the childhood of millions of children around the world, and we need to end child labor, and this takes a lot of effort. So we need the communities, organizations, and even the government to end this. I hope I sent the correct message.
A book whispers, a pen roars. Fahad Abdul Jawad is going to show us the power of a book and a pen.
Have you ever wondered what can a pen and book do? I'm going to be speaking about how something so simple can change the world forever. Many people think that something so simple can't do anything, but I'm going to prove that that's not the case. I think that making an informational text, a story, or anything else might do something we weren't expecting. We will start with the community. Imagine making a book. Not the one that you make with absolutely no meaning. I'm talking about the one with organized ideas, creative ideas, and so on. These types of books, you can publish them, and they might be the next idea for NASA. Not actually, but they can become popular, and kids would be more interested in books, making them learn more life lessons and becoming better individuals. Second, kids would be more creative. Instead of talking about fast food every year, we don't want to copy-paste every year. Kids could think outside of the box. They could think of stuff nobody thought was possible. They could invent stuff nobody thought was possible. Kids will become unstoppable when they're an adult, maybe even become president from how good their ideas were. Last but not least, kids would be more attached to the outside world. They won't be super glued to the TV all the time. They would do stuff their parents did when they were younger. They would realize that life isn't digital. They would have the same fun they had with the TV. Life would be a lot more simple, and they would have the best years of their life. In conclusion, we found out that a pen and book can do a lot more than you think. It can create creativity, make kids more attached with the outside world, and help the community. Smart kids can make books and destroy the world, but in a good way. So I want you to make a book. If it's good, the community will like it. If it's not, make another one. A good book belongs to a good person.
That was powerful. One story, endless impact. Adam Khalid is going to show us about From Me to the World.
To those who stand for humanity, to those who believe in equity and human rights, please stop for a second and look at the world around you. Since I was born, I had a peaceful life, a life full of passion, dreams becoming true, and I thought everyone was living the same as me because I believed it wasn't even something to ask for. But growing up, seeing people suffer since COVID-19, Sudan war coming next, then Gaza war being the turning point all over the world, I started questioning myself every single day. Is this really happening? Are we going into World War III? Where's justice? Where are the people who claim they care about human rights? Is it okay what is happening nowadays? How can you see children dying from hunger or people not having basic human needs without doing anything? We should all unite and be one hand, fighting for those who can't, being the voice for those who can't be heard. And remember that Islam is our power, hoping that this will be the beginning of our bright future. Thank you.
That was wonderful. Sometimes one small choice changes everything. Khalil Badra is here to explain the power of one small decision.
What if I told you that the most important decisions of your life are not from the big ones, but actually from the small ones? Many people believe that life-changing moments come from big choices, such as choosing a career, moving somewhere new, or starting something important. However, the truth is that our lives are mostly shaped by the small decisions we make every single day. Every day, we make small decisions without thinking much about them. For example, we decide whether to wake up when the alarm rings or press the snooze button. We decide whether to study for a few minutes or just score our phones. We decide whether to be kind to someone or just ignore them. Each of these decisions feels small and almost unimportant, but together they become very powerful. One way to understand this idea is to imagine as life building a house. A house is not built by one giant brick, but is built brick by brick, one small piece at a time. In the same way, our small decisions we make every day are the small bricks building our lives. One workout will not make us strong. One day of studying will not make us smart. One small act will not change the world. However, if these small actions are repeated every day, they start to add up and create a real change. For example, imagine two students going to the same school. They have the same opportunities, same teachers, and they're in the same classroom. Just one of those students decides to study 15 minutes extra every day. I mean, it is 15 minutes, but it doesn't sound much. But if this small action is repeated every day, it could lead to a huge change. In only just 1 year, that student would have studied 90 extra hours. This decision led to this small decision led to a huge difference over time. In conclusion, our lives are not shaped by one big decision, but shaped by the small choices we make every single day. The small choices shape our habits. Our habits shape our character. Our character shapes our future. For this reason, we should never underestimate the true power of a small decision. One small decision today could lead to a very big future. Thank you.
That was outstanding. Social media shapes our lives in ways we don't always notice. Nishan Nihnati is here to talk about social media.
Picture yourself relaxing when suddenly the microwave beeps. You ask yourself, what is this? And then you exit your room. As you reach the kitchen, you feel the urge to check important posts more than checking the microwave. This simple moment shows how social media can easily distract us, consuming our time without us noticing. Many people believe that social media is useful, but it can also have negative effects on them. In today's digital world, many teenagers spend a lot of time using social media platforms. But let me ask you this. Is social media really helping teenagers, or is it slowly harming them? First, most teenagers post inappropriate content and encounter online dangers. Some teenagers may experience cyberbullying or interact with strangers who may have bad intentions. As a result, this can create serious emotional and safety problems for young users. Also, social media can affect mental health. Some teenagers may spend 3 or more hours scrolling on their phone, which results in sore neck, cyber sickness, heart and immune system damage, and could lead to a lazy world. Clearly, social media could slowly weaken the body. In addition, that social media is addictive. Teenagers who are more addicted to social media are more likely to show depression, get distracted from their education, and show aggressive gestures, which contributes to an unstable community. Obviously, social media is an addiction center for most teenagers. In conclusion, social media is a place where human personalities are destroyed, increasing health problems, and an addiction center. In my opinion, social media is bad for teenagers because it contains a lot of terrible consequences for the user. Let's remember, our lives, our minds, and our future are far more valuable than any number of likes and posts. Thanks for listening.
Tony Robbins once said, "It's not what we do once in a while that shapes our lives. It's what we do consistently." Laith Zayed is here to show us the power of small habits.
Have you ever tried to change something new in your life, like reading more books, or studying more, or organizing your desk before studying? These sometimes big changes feel difficult, but small habit can make big difference. So, a small habit is something simple you do every day, like reading a book for 10 minutes, or practicing a skill for a few minutes, or organizing your desk. These small actions at first may not seem important, but they add up every time. So remember, you don't need to make a huge difference to improve your life. Start small, stay constant, and you will improve your life. Like if you study a little every day instead of waiting for the last minute, this will increase you understand, you listen more, and you will feel less stress. And thank you.
That was wonderful. Sometimes we think the world revolves around us. Yaman Naamne is here to explore the main character delusion. Give him a big hand.
I have a secret to tell you. You are currently the star of the most expensive, most dramatic movie ever made. And I'm just a background character with 2 minutes of screen time. Think about it in your head. You are the main character. You know your own secrets, your own dreams, and exactly why you are nervous right now. To you, everyone else, the teachers, the kids in the hallway, the person sitting next to you, is just an extra in your story. We all do this. We walk down the hall thinking that everyone is looking at the stain on our shirt or judging our haircut. We think the whole world is watching our movie. But here is the mind-blowing part. The person sitting next to you is the main character of their own movie too. They have their own chores. They didn't do their own crushed up bag of chips in their backpack, and their own fears that they aren't cool enough. To them, you are just a person walking past them in the hallway. There is a special word for this feeling. It's called sonder. Sonder is the realization that every single person you pass in the street is living a life as vivid and complex as yours. They have best friends, they have sad days, and they have favorite songs that you've never heard of. When we realize this, the world stops being a competition. We stop worrying if we look perfect, because we realize everyone else is too busy worrying about themselves. So, my challenge to you today is this. Stop trying to be the only star on the stage. Next time you see someone sitting alone or looking stressed, remember, they are the hero of their story. And maybe just for a second, you can step out of your movie and help them with theirs.
Imagine knowing what everyone is thinking. Jawad al-Kharouf is here to explore what would happen if you could read minds.
Have you ever wondered what people are really thinking about you? Imagine if you could read minds and know everyone's thoughts instantly. At first, this might sound helpful and exciting. However, being able to read minds would make life more complicated because it would remove privacy, damage relationships, and create constant stress. To begin with, mind reading would take away personal privacy. Everyone have thoughts they do not want to share, and that is completely normal. Sometimes people think things they do not truly mean, especially when they are upset or tired. If others could hear these thoughts, it could lead to unnecessary problems and misunderstandings. Privacy helps people think calmly before speaking and avoid hurting others. Furthermore, reading minds might harm relationships instead of improving them. Sometimes people feel annoyed or frustrated, but they choose kind words to protect others' feelings. If every thought became visible, even small, tiny negative thoughts could hurt friends and family. Relationships grow stronger through patience, respect, and understanding. And mind reading would make these qualities harder to maintain. Most importantly, knowing that others could read your mind would create constant pressure. People would worry about every thought they have and try to control their minds all the time. This would make life stressful and uncomfortable. Instead of feeling relaxed, people would feel anxious and afraid of being judged. Ultimately, although reading minds sound interesting, it would make life more complicated because privacy would disappear, relationships could be damaged, and people would feel constant stress. Instead of wishing to read minds, we should focus on improving communication, listening others, and understanding others. Listening carefully and understanding others. By this, we can build trust and create stronger relationships in a healthier and more natural way. Thank you for listening.
That was remarkable. Legos aren't just toys. Danny Abu Jamus is here to show us why playing with Legos is more than just fun. Please welcome him.
Why playing with Lego is more than just fun. Good morning, everyone. As a boy who loves playing with Lego and has a huge collection of it at home, I spend time building different things. Cars, houses, robots, sometimes even entire cities. But while I'm building, something interesting happens. I'm not just playing with toys, I'm learning how to solve problems, how to be creative, and how to keep trying even when things don't work the first time. Today, I want to share with you why Lego can be more than just fun, and how it can help us become better thinkers and creators. First, Lego teaches us creativity. When you open a box of Lego bricks, you don't just see Lego bricks, you see plastic. You see possibilities. One person might build a spaceship. Another might build a castle. Someone else might build a dragon or a race car. The amazing thing is that everyone can use the same pieces, but to create something totally different. That shows that every person's imagination is unique. Second, Lego teaches us problem solving. When you have an idea in your mind, like a castle or a bridge, but it doesn't work the first time. Maybe the castle falls. Maybe the bridge isn't sturdy enough. So what do? You change the design. You find a better piece. Slowly, the problem gets solved. This is how engineers, architects, and inventors work in real life. Finally, Lego teaches us persistence. Not every creation works the first time. Sometimes it takes many tries. Sometimes it takes many tries. Sometimes it takes many tries, but every time you rebuild, you learn something new. And that lesson is not only important for building with Lego, but for school, sports, and life. Because great ideas don't appear perfectly, they are built step by step. So next time you see someone playing with Lego, remember this. They might not just be playing, they might be designing the buildings of the future. How to inventing new machines, and learning how to turn dreams into reality, all starting with a small brick. Thank you.
That was stunning. Confidence can shape the way we live. Laith Makahle is here to explain the importance of confidence. Give him a big hand.
Have you ever
Please respect our speakers. They're doing their best just to stand on stage.
Have you ever been too scared to try something new? Confidence is the answer, and that is believing in yourself and your abilities. I believe confidence is very important in our lives because it helps us try new things, dealing with failure, and having respect from others. Some people agree and some disagree. Firstly, confidence helps people take opportunities. For example, a student might raise your hand in class or just try a new sport. When you believe in yourself, you are more likely to try your best. Secondly, confidence helps people deal with failure. Everyone makes mistakes, even Albert Einstein, but confident people do not give up. They learn from their mistakes and keep trying. Thirdly, confidence changes how others see you. When you act confidently, people are more likely to listen to you and respect you. But this can be affected by using your phone too much, especially for comparing yourself to others. Because this will lower your confidence and make you doubt yourself. In conclusion, confidence can change your life in many ways. When you believe in yourself, you can try new things like learning from mistakes, reaching your goals, and not being shy anymore. Thank you for listening.
Remarkable. Please welcome again Nasser Atme. We're giving him another chance since he was the first contestant and he had the most guts to come up on this stage.
Hello everyone. Today I want to talk about something that happens in many schools, fights. Let me start with a question. Have you ever seen a fight between two students that they stopped thinking clearly? One day I saw a fight between two students. One student was calm, but the other student was so angry. The calm student called for help from a teacher. When the teacher arrived, she was upset from the angry student because he was so angry. She took him to the supervisor's office. But the strange part, the calm student didn't go there because he didn't do something wrong. This made me realize something important. Fights usually start when people get so angry and react too quickly. So one thing can make a big difference. Staying calm. When you stay calm, you can think clearly, choose better actions, and stop the fight from getting worse. When you stop the fight from getting worse, you can talk calmly with the other person. Talking calmly can lead into discussion and sometimes even a solution. Stopping fights is not about being the strongest person. It's about being the calmest and the smartest person. Our beloved Prophet Muhammad taught us this lesson many years ago. He said the strong person is not the person who can wrestle others down. He's the person who can control himself when he's angry. Another time, a man asked the Prophet for an advice. The Prophet replied, "Do not get angry." And the man repeated his question. The Prophet replied, "Do not get angry." The Prophet also gave us practical ways to control ourselves when we are angry. Stay silent if you become angry. Sit down if you are standing. Lie down if the anger continues. Make wudu, ablution, because actually anger is from heat. This simple action can help you calm down before you do something you regret. So the next time you see a fight or feel angry yourself, just remember, stay calm, don't be angry, and ask for help. Because the strongest person is the person who can control their anger. Thank you.
It was simply outstanding. Moving on to grade 6H. Sometimes the hardest truths are the one we try to ignore. The Infadi Abudiyya is here to uncover a cruel reality.
Ever thought about how we could fix the society or why? Well, hello there. My name is Lean, and today I'm here to tell you how and why we need to fix the society. Now, imagine this. You have a disability. You go out to a restaurant happy because you're treating yourself to dinner at a delightful place. And then people start laughing at you, not because of the food you're ordering, but because of your disability. How would you feel? Upset? Sad? That is exactly how people feel when someone makes fun of them, even if they don't have a disability. Society can become better if people stop judging others and start treating them with kindness, empathy, and respect. We don't always have to be mean. Just imagine a kid coming to school wearing a new outfit, excited and confident to show it to others. And then the people start making fun of the kid. What begins as a moment of happiness can quickly turn into embarrassment and insecurity. How would you feel if someone did that to you? Even if you were the one who made fun of others before, wouldn't you eventually feel bad about it? Wouldn't you feel ashamed of hurting someone over something so small? Clearly, many people fail to realize that this kind of behavior can deeply hurt others. Even if it's just words, in reality, words have power, and they can affect someone's confidence, self-esteem, and sense of belonging. See, when you make fun of someone, they don't really just not mind it. Let's say you called someone fat or ugly. That word, that insult, stays in their mind for days. Those people go back home and cry. Sometimes they try ending their own life. Wouldn't you feel even just a little bit guilty knowing that you caused that pain? Be completely honest with me. If someone said something hurtful to you and called it a joke, your whole entire mood would change, wouldn't it? Those words stick with you. Actually, those harmful words can get so bad to the point where people just harm themselves. Helping the society makes our community stronger, healthier, and braver. You might think helping the society needs to be something big, but no, it could be something simple. For example, giving compliments, smiling at others, or greeting them nicely. Obviously, that would make them very happy. Plus, being nice to others doesn't just make them feel happy, it would make you feel happier too, because you just completed an achievement. Helping the society doesn't just make our community stronger, it gets you good deeds because you made someone smile. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala once said, وَتَعَاوَنُوا عَلَى الْبِرِّ وَالتَّقْوَى وَلَا تُعَاوَنُوا عَلَى الْإِثْمِ وَالْعِدْوَانِ, and cooperate in righteousness and piety, but do not cooperate in sin and aggression. This means we should work together to get good deeds, but we must not support or take part in anything harmful, sinful, or unfair, which also proves why we need to be kinder to the society. Helping others is not just an act of kindness. The truth is, it is a duty that strengthens our communities and brings us closer to goodness. By supporting those in need and acting with compassion, we make the world a better place. The logical conclusion is, helping others also helps us grow into better people ourselves. Now, I need you to think about this deeply. If you went through what other people went through, if you had family issues, yet you still got bullied so much, how would you feel? Think about it. Thank you for listening.
That was marvelous. In a world of hearts and likes, are we measuring popularity or self-worth? Reem Abdirrahman is here to tell us why your likes doesn't define your worth.
Have you ever wondered if a tiny red heart on a screen can actually feel anything? We spend so much energy trying to feed an algorithm, but we sometimes forget to feed our own confidence. Well, hello there, my name is Reem, and today I'm going to talk about why your likes don't define your worth. Stop scrolling for a second and think about this. Imagine posting something you worked hard on, a drawing, a photo, or a video, and then checking your phone repeatedly, see how many people liked it. What if the number is small? Does that mean you're not talented, interesting, or important? The truth is that so many people today measure their value by the number of likes they receive online. However, the fact is that social media numbers cannot measure a person's real value. My claim is that likes do not define our worth because they do not reflect our real talents, they do not represent real friendships, and they can harm our confidence if we rely on them too much. First, likes do not reflect a person's true talents or abilities. Clearly, a small number on a screen cannot measure creativity, kindness, or intelligence. For example, a person might post a beautiful drawing that took hours to complete, yet it may receive only few likes, simply because fewer people saw it. Meanwhile, someone else may post something simple that becomes popular quickly. Common sense reveals that talent is not decided by popularity. In other words, a person's skills and efforts are much more important than online approval. Second, depending on likes can damage our confidence and mental health. The fact is that many people feel stressed or disappointed when their posts receive fewer likes than expected. Obviously, comparing ourselves to others online can make us feel that everyone else's life is perfect. Yet another example is when someone deletes a post simply because it did not get enough attention. This shows how powerful these numbers can feel, even though they're not truly important. In conclusion, digital popularity cannot measure our value. They do not showcase our real talents. They do not prove real friendships, and they can damage our self-esteem if we depend on them too much. The essential idea is that every person has value far beyond what appears on a screen. The next time you post something online, do not focus on the numbers. Instead, focus on sharing your ideas, creativity, and character with the world. The moment we realize our worth is greater than likes, we will build a stronger confidence and a healthier world. Remember, your value isn't a number. It is in your effort, your heart, and the impact you make on others. Thank you.
That was impressive. One click, one post. But are we really aware of the risks? My Aid is here to make us think about the risks about posting ourselves.
Hi, my name is Maya. Today, I'm going to be telling you the risk of posting yourself. Have you ever posted or been posted online? Honestly, kids and even adults think that posting yourself isn't harmful, but what they don't know is actually anyone can see what you post with just one button. Posting yourself is risky and unsafe. So let's see why it's unsafe to post yourself on social media. Firstly, parents think that posting yourself isn't harmful. Parents also do this action without thinking of anything. They just think that their relatives and friends will see it. But in reality, anyone they do not know can just click and see what you post. The thing is, parents, they don't think anything of this. Yet another reason, kids at a really young age don't think before they do something. So when they go ahead and post themselves, they don't know that actually anyone can see what they post. For an example, their personal information, like their home address. They might say, it's a harmless joke, it's just for fun. No. On the other hand, anyone can actually stalk them or even kidnap them. I'm sure no parent wants their kid to disappear. And kids at a young age, they don't know the difference between right or wrong. Finally, when kids or parents, they see anyone on social media do risky things, kids with their imagination will go ahead and do it without asking for permission or without telling anyone. Some people think that social media is safe, so when they post anything, they think that no one will see it. But in reality, they'll get made fun of, not just at school, but also online. It's obvious and clear that whoever posts their self will either post their personal information, get made fun of, doesn't know the difference between right or wrong, or maybe even get kidnapped. I am sure, 100%, no parent who loves their child deep down wants them to face any of these. So before I let you go, it's important to remember and keep this in your mind. Check what you post. So before being posted or before posting something, check. Thank you for listening.
That was phenomenal. Growing up is important, but what if saying a little childish is just as valuable? Raf Ahmad is here to explain why staying childish is very important.
Why is staying childish your whole life important for you and others? Have you ever thought if there are people in this world that stay childish no matter their age, their whole life? Well, hi, my name is Rahaf Isa, and today I am going to talk about why staying childish your whole life is best for you and others. The correct perspective about staying childish is, in fact, staying positive. This is something that people mistaken about frequently, and we don't want that, because staying childish doesn't mean that you take everything out seriously. It just means that you take things seriously, but not too seriously, as that can give you mixed thoughts, and you can burst with sadness or madness or on something or someone in general. Furthermore, staying childish means staying positive. This creates a happy life with no intense problems. Also, in the majority of cases, all childish people must stay honest, which will lead to a happy, trustworthy environment where everybody trusts each other. For instance, imagine two families. The first family has happy, childish, and trustworthy people, while the second family has naive, foolish, and negative people. It is obvious which family has a happy family and which family has a sad and foolish family. But hey, don't just stare at the wall doing nothing if you have a sad and foolish family. Trust me, you can fix it in just 1 second. You just have to follow these 3 steps. Be childish, trustworthy, and brave. And the example that most love. Work stops feeling like work. This example will definitely boost your mood up.
Childish people use a trick. They just follow these 4 steps. First step, you'll have to stay childish, as that gives you a happy soul and a playful soul. While negative souls, they will make you sad. And second step, you'll organize the environment you are in. You'll just have to make it comfy. Don't deep clean, time is precious. You need that time for your working. Third step, you'll have to get anything that boosts your mood up, such as a favorite drink, favorite meal, favorite plushie, or all of them combined together. Imagine, wouldn't that boost your mood up? And last step, you'll look at your tasks. But hey, don't do this mistake. This can ruin everything. Don't think about how much things you have or how much time it'll take you to finish your work. Just look at your things, read them, and start working. Trust me, you'll feel like you're jumping on rainbows. And last, childish people don't hold grudges, which means that they understand other people more and they have a more fulfilling and happy life. Such as 2 friends that always stand up for each other and always teach each other what is right and what is wrong. These 2 friends do not hold grudges, which in reality can lead them to their best friendship of their life. The logical conclusion to this TED Talk is that staying childish is the best ever decision you'll ever be making, and it can save you from many problems in your life. Thank you, and I hope you found my topic interesting.
That was brilliant. We've all heard, we listen and we don't judge. But what if that wasn't just a trend? Salma Shabatat is here to talk about why we need to stop judging happiness. Please welcome her.
How can you call someone's outfit ugly when they think it's cool? How can you make fun of someone's taste when it's enjoyed by millions? How can you make fun of someone's hobbies, their passions and things that make them happy, just because they're not what you would choose? These questions highlight a common problem. People often judge others for harmless preferences. Judging others for what they like is unfair and honest. To begin with, we should look at why people judge others in the first place. People often judge others because they want to feel like they belong to a cool group, or because they're worried about their own choices. By calling someone else weird, it makes a person feel more normal. It's usually a way to hide their own insecurities, but putting others down does not make anyone better. In addition to that, judging others can hurt their feelings and discourage them from expressing themselves. What you find cringe, others find joy in. What you think is weird, others find fascinating. When people are mocked for things they enjoy, they may begin to hide their passions or feel embarrassed about them. This can damage their confidence and prevent them from sharing what truly makes them happy. Most importantly, accepting others' differences helps build a kinder and more open-minded community. Tearing people down for liking different things does not make you superior. It simply shows lack of understanding. Respecting others' interests encourages acceptance and allows people to feel comfortable being themselves. When individuals feel respected, communities become more supportive and a positive place for everyone. In the end, judging others is a waste of time. Life's too short to hinder someone's joy. Instead of being a critic, try being respectful. When we let people be themselves, we create a world that's actually worth living in. Thank you for listening.
That was phenomenal. Not every danger exists in the real world. Some are just one screen away. Sarah Al-Awaisha is here to warn us about the digital predator.
The digital predator, a bottle for paradise. A moment of silence.
A moment of reflection. A moment I granted myself that led me to realize a great problem. One that was forcing me to destroy my own future. I soon discovered that many of my friends and acquaintances were already falling victim to it as well. Without question, the addiction to digital reels is a predator that destroys our lives by eroding our spiritual connection, shattering our mental focus, and consuming our precious time. It begins as I stand before Allah to pray ad-Dhuhr. I bow and prostrate, yet inside I feel a profound sense of distraction, the clash of racing thoughts. I found myself rushing as if a predator was chasing me. I felt no spiritual harmony or tranquility whatsoever. Clearly, this constant mental noise is the first reason we lose ourselves. I tried to resist, but it was not easy. I finished my worship without giving it much thought, suppressing that inner voice by telling myself, it's fine, I have an exam, time is tight, I must go quickly. In reality, this issue wasn't confined to my worship. It bled into all my efforts. I lost the ability to supplicate with conviction. Even though I was in desperate need of Allah's help for so many things, I asked myself, what is happening? Why has my heart become like a stone, unyielding and unable to soften? The fact is, these reels have conditioned our minds to crave instant gratification, making us too impatient to find peace and stillness. For the first time, I began to truly listen to myself and audit my daily habits. I discovered the third reason, the sheer theft of our time. Furthermore, much of the frantic pace and the wasted hours originated from my phone, especially from those rapid reels that robbed the mind of its focus. It was from that moment that I realized the impact of these reels had reached my relationship with my Creator. In the majority of cases, our entire lives are affected before we even notice the damage. I resolved to change, and I committed to abstaining from them as an act of devotion. My friends, many are unaware of the danger of reels. Obviously, they are not just entertainments. They are a fierce predator that dismantles our focus and our faith. Do not ignore it. Do not surrender or throw yourself at its mercy. Instead, conquer it before it conquers you. Master your time and master your souls. And thank you for listening. It was me, Sarah Alawaisha.
That was powerful. Please welcome on stage Juan Idris to talk about life on airplane mode.
A few days ago, I walked into a room and paused and found myself thinking, why am I here? Sounds familiar. That moment right there, that's your mind switching into airplane mode. We are living our lives, moving from one place to another, but not truly present. This, my friend, is what I call your life is on airplane mode. And today, I'm going to take you on a journey to explore what it means to switch it off, reconnect, and truly experience the life that's waiting for us. To begin with, we are living on autopilot. Same routine, same habits, same days, over and over again. Days pass, but nothing really changed. Even worse, we are picking comfort over growth. We avoid risks. We avoid challenges because feeling safe is much easier. But nothing grows on the comfort zone. And while we are staying comfortable, our potential stays locked. At the same time, we are constantly distracted, always busy, but not truly productive. We are connected online, but disconnected on our real life. We miss real conversations, real moments, real memory. The truth is, airplane mode feels safe. No failure, no pressure, no risks. But also, no progress, no growth, no true life. On top of that, another reason is we are thinking about the past, worrying about the future, or replaying old memories or stress that what might happen next. This prevents us from enjoying the present. The bottom line is, if your mind is not in the present, your life will feel empty, even though everything around you seems fine. So now, ask yourself, is this the life that you want? Or is it time to switch it off? In summary, life was never meant to be lived on airplane mode. The solution is simple but powerful. Be present. Start noticing small things, your surroundings, your conversations, your thoughts, and truly focus on what you're doing right now. When you switch off airplane mode, your mind will reconnect with your goals, your life, and your happiness. Thank you for listening. I will leave you with a small challenge. Switch off airplane mode and show up for your own life. Don't let another moment pass on autopilot. The life is waiting for you, so are you ready to connect? That was me, Juan Idris.
That was outstanding. One label, one assumption, one box. But people are far more complex than that. Zena Shuabke is here to tell us not to put people in the box.
Don't put people in the box. Hi, my name is Zena Shuabke. It is certain that when you put someone in a box, you build invisible walls around their imagination. Words like, don't be silly, or your imagination is too wild, can make them start thinking outside of the box. But why should we break people with our words? This will stop them from reaching success, make them feel bad about themselves, and even change who they really are, just to fit in. Think about it for a moment. Imagine you have a bright idea. Maybe you want to invent something new, paint something strange and beautiful, or tell a story nobody has ever heard before. You are excited. Your mind is buzzing like a little engine full of ideas. But then someone says, that's silly. Then suddenly, that exact feeling fades away. It is like someone turned out the light of your imagination. In fact, using negative words can hurt people deep inside. A single sentence can reach someone's heart and just kill them, or make them feel terrible. Obviously, it will make someone go home in tears, feeling scared, heartbroken, or even hopeless. In other words, harsh words are like heavy rocks thrown at someone who's just about to reach the tippy top of the mountain. They make people question their dreams, their choices, and sometimes give up altogether. Imagine being on that mountain. You are tired, but you're excited because the top is right there. Then suddenly rocks start falling on you. You might stop. You might turn around. Wait. What if that never even happened in the first place? Maybe you could have reached the top and discovered something amazing. Furthermore, when you think creatively, people might treat you like you're weird or too different. But guess what? Being different makes you, you. And that's amazing. Think about all the cool inventions, art, music, and even stories in the world. They all begin with someone who thought differently. Imagine a world where everybody thought exactly the same way. The world will be a very boring place. No new games, no creative inventions, no creative ideas. For instance, take Mark Zuckerberg as an example, the founder of Facebook. He had big dreams and uses imagination to create something the world uses every single day. Clearly, if he had listened to people telling him his ideas were strange, Facebook might not exist till this day. Oh no, he's not the only one. Many people who changed the world were once told that their idea was strange. But instead of shrinking their imagination, they protect it. The essential idea is, if you see someone thinking a new way, cheer them on without question. The truth is, your kind words might be the reason they believe in themselves and change the world. The bottom line is, if you have any new ideas or big imagination, don't let those little bites of negativity nibble your confidence away. Keep dreaming, keep thinking, and never let anyone box your imagination up. Be kind with your words to yourself and others. Allow yourself and others to shine. Thank you for listening.
That was truly eye-opening. Not all our voices are loud, but every voice deserves to be heard. Joanna Jadallah is here to tell us, why does every voice matter? Big round of applause.
Why does every voice matter? Hello, my name is Joanna, and today I'm going to discuss with you a very meaningful question. Why does every voice matter? I would like to start with a simple question. Have you ever had an idea or an opinion, but decided not to share it? Many people stay silent because they think their voices are not important. But their voices are not unimportant. Rather, they are necessary. According to, these voices bring a unique perspective, help create a positive change, and finally, they build confidence. In fact, these voices bring a unique perspective. Each one of us has different knowledge, ideas, and experiences. So, when these ideas and experiences are shared, they can solve many problems and find solutions. So, the bottom line is, each voice has its value. On the other hand, speaking up can create a positive change. Throughout history, important changes began when someone decided to tell a new idea. Steve Jobs, for example, he created the iPhone. Or Henry Ford, the Ford car. Bill Gates, he created the Microsoft Word. And Thomas Edison, the light bulbs. And Tim Berners-Lee, a World Wide Web. All of these little voices were just dreams, but their owners fought for these dreams, and these dreams became true. Furthermore, speaking also can build confidence in stronger communities. For instance, that creates an environment where everyone feels safe to talk. When we listen to each other and respect all opinions, definitely people will feel evaluated and included. In conclusion, every voice matters, helps create a change, and build stronger societies. So, the next time you have something to say, remember that your ideas and opinions are important. Thank you for your attention and have a nice day.
That was thought-provoking. A simple thank you can go a long way. Fatima Mullah is here to explain the power of gratitude.
Hello everyone, my name is Fatima Mullah and today I'll be talking about the power of gratitude. Gratitude is a superpower we all carry inside us. It's not just saying thank you, it's a mindset that changes how we see life. In fact, gratitude can teach kids how to appreciate everything in life, even in hard times. This habit can reduce stress, create happiness, and spread positivity around the world. Gratitude is a strength that makes us confident and hopeful. But is gratitude really that important in life? Let's find out. Surely, gratitude can reduce stress by shifting our focus away from worries and tension, which brings peace to mind. When we practice gratitude, our minds let go of negative thoughts and welcome positive ones. The positive mindset helps us stay calm and even improve how we handle challenges. Without a doubt, we can train our minds to focus on progress instead of problems. For example, imagine a student who's really stressed about a difficult exam. Instead of panicking, he or she decides to stay calm and appreciate the hard work he or she has done. This shows that even small achievements can make a big difference. Gratitude creates a sense of peace that makes stress fade and happiness grow. Surely, gratitude can create happiness by opening our eyes to life's blessings. When we notice small joys, such as a smile from a friend, finishing a project successfully, or even a quiet moment of peace, makes our heart feel lighter. Creating a mindset is not just memorable, it's being happy, positive, and confident wherever we go. And with every thankful thought, we strengthen the joy that carries us forward. Indeed, gratitude can spread positivity by influencing the people around us. When we show appreciation, we spark kindness in return, starting smiles and hope that continue to grow. It not only lifts our hearts, it builds stronger friendship, teamwork, and even makes places feel brighter. It encourages people to support one another, making a sense of unity. It inspires confidence, reminding us that kindness is powerful. And the gratitude keeps on multiplying, turning small acts into lasting positivity. In the end, gratitude plays a key role in balancing stress, positivity, and happiness. It claims our worries, reminding us what truly matters in life. It fills our hearts, when we realize the hard work we have done. And remember, every step you take, no matter how small the achievements are, we believe that our hard work will find its purpose. Thank you for listening. Fatima Mullah.
That was captivating. In a world full of distractions, it's easy to lose focus without even realizing it. Tia Shapsor is here to talk about addiction to distraction. Big round of applause.
Hello everyone, I've got a question. Don't you ever wonder how much hours we spend scrolling every year on average, or why are we even addicted in the first place? And why is our attention span lower than average these days? Well, hello there. My name is Tia Shapsov, and today I'm going to be talking about a worldwide problem, addiction to distraction. Firstly, wait, why are we even addicted in the first place? It's because of how our brain is built. For example, when you see something new or interesting, your brain releases a chemical called dopamine. This chemical is linked to rewards and motivation. And once you see these quick hits, such as a notification or a message, your brain starts to crave more and more. Secondly, how much hours do we spend scrolling every year on average? For most adults, they spend around 2 to 2.5 hours every day, which adds up to about 700 to 900 hours per year. But on the other hand, most teenagers spend 4.5 hours per day and 3 hours of them on social media, which when all that is summed up, it equals to around 17,000 to 18,000 hours per year. And lastly, why is our attention span lower than average these days? It's because in this economy, companies are competing for one thing, your attention span. Because the more time you're spending scrolling and scrolling on their apps, the more money they're making from your data. In today's world, the newest currency is your attention span. Plus, people can't even do basic tasks anymore, such as cleaning, studying, and working, just because of their low attention spans. Maybe the real challenge these days isn't avoiding distractions, it's realizing that your attention matters. And once you do realize that, you can decide where it belongs. Thank you for listening.
That was extraordinary. Having a hobby isn't optional. It's important. Bisan Hassanat is here to explain why we should stop normalizing not having a hobby.
A few years ago, somebody asked me a simple, tiny question. Hey, what do you do for fun? And I froze. Me? What do I do for fun? I talked about school, responsibilities, things I had to do. But I could not name a single thing I love to do. And,
Take a rest. Yes, we have Zenakur.
A few years ago, somebody asked me a simple, tiny question. Hey, what do you do for fun? And I froze. Me? What do I do for fun? I talked about school, responsibilities, things I had to do. But I could not name a single thing I loved to do. And that scared me because I had realized something. I have gotten so used to being busy that I forgot how to enjoy my time. And the truth is, this is becoming normal. We hear it all the time. I'm too busy, or I don't have time for a hobby. But we should stop normalizing that, because a hobby is not a luxury. It's a necessity. It's where you feel like yourself again. We are not trying to prove anything. You're just being. Without hobbies, life becomes a cycle of tasks, being busy, tired, and being under pressure. But where is the fun in that? The problem is not time, it's permission. Permission? Yes, permission. Permission to try. Permission to be bad at something. Permission to do something just because we enjoy it so much. So I started small with no expectations, and slowly I found moments that made me feel alive again. So let's start normalizing a world So let's start making space for joy and stop normalizing a world that's only about being tired. Although, yes, everybody has a talent, but not everybody has a hobby. For instance, look at Bob. He has a big talent for repairing old watches, but he does not enjoy doing it, although he really likes singing. But he's bad at it. It doesn't matter though. He enjoys doing it, and that's what matters, and that's the difference. A talent is something that you're good at doing, but it doesn't necessarily mean you like doing it. But a hobby is something that you enjoy doing, but it doesn't mean you're perfect at it. So, to sum it all up, a lot of people, especially nowadays, think that it's okay, or normal, or fine, or even natural not to have a hobby. But it's not, because a hobby is both good for mental and physical health, and it fills our life with joy and excitement. So, I've said it once and I'll say it again. Let's stop normalizing a world that's only about being busy and start making space for joy.
That was motivating. Just because everyone's doing it doesn't mean we should too. After all, nothing beats a Jet 2 holiday. Zenakur is here to tell us why not to follow all trends. Let's hear a big round of applause.
This face product is so nice. All of the content creators are talking about it. I'm gonna go tomorrow, buy it, and try it. I'm gonna put from it. My face turned red and it's full of acne. What should I do? I'm gonna go to the doctor right now. Don't follow all trends. If everyone is chasing the latest trend, who are you when you choose not to follow them? The essential idea is that trends are fine, but losing yourself to fit in is not. Not every trend deserves a follower. Some trends that appear on social media do not match our culture or religion, and some make us forget who we are just to be accepted by people who doesn't add any value to our lives, while others are temporary distraction just to gain attention and applause. Just to gain attention and applause. The truth is, in a world that changes every second, it's okay to stand out. It's okay to say no. What's popular today can be forgotten tomorrow. But your character and identity should never be something you trade for temporary applause. According to the trends we see these days on social media platforms, some of them do not align with our culture or religion values. Social media platforms like TikTok and Instagram constantly introduce new challenges and fashion styles that may be against your traditions, while other trends may be creative and entertaining and fits your culture. In other words, social media has both types of trends, the creative ones and the toxic ones, that also do not reflect our religious values. Yet another, there are trends that make us lose sense of who we truly are, just to be accepted by people who doesn't add any value to our lives. Some trends push people to ignore their true identity just to feel accepted by others. In reality, people follow these trends just to feel that they are not odd or different from others. People should be honest to themselves instead of changing for trends. What is more, some trends are temporary distraction just to gain attention and applause. Obviously, you may find a trend that all people are doing just to have some means to attract attention or applause. With certainty, we can say that some trends that people make are just to gain temporary distraction and draw some attention and praise. Clearly, now we can say that trends are fine, but you should decide when to do them and when not. Some trends on social media could affect us negatively because they may be against our culture, make us not in our real personality, or just to gain temporary distraction. Let's all agree that we should make sure if the trend fits our position in life before making it and just copying. Thank you for listening. It was me, Zain Al-Kur.
That was sensational. Next, our grade 7 speakers, starting off with grade 7W. Change can be uncomfortable. It pushes us out of what we know and into what we don't. But what if change isn't something to fear? Jasir Allan is here to tell us why change is your greatest ally.
Imagine holding a sand timer. When you flip it, every single grain of sand will never be in the same place again, or at least for a very long time. This is change in a nutshell. Like a Rubik's Cube, change can happen in a second, but take a long time to reverse the process. And some people never get to go back to who they once were before they changed. But in the end, you can love it or hate it. But I believe change is a good thing, and I think you should believe that too. Which is why today, I'll show you why change is your greatest ally and how it can help you grow stronger and better than the last person you were. Starting things off, change gives you the slip for a fresh start. Think of it as filtering dirty water. When filtered, all that's left is clean water, representing the good qualities in you. Change allows you to leave behind bad thoughts, actions, or words that were in you, giving you the opportunity to become a better and wiser person. Some might say that it's like hitting the reset button on your life. Moving on, change is inevitable. It's bound to come to us at some point, no matter how much we resist. You can fear moving on or choose to embrace it. So why ruin your life due to refusing change all the time? An example of this, let's think of a person stuck in a job that they dislike, but they get the opportunity to move on. But he might refuse due to fear of change. But in doing so, he misses the chance to grow and find happiness. The key is to accept it and to adapt. So I'm going to ask you again, why ruin your life due to refusing change all the time? Lastly, while change is good, we should also be happy with who we are and what we have. Change mostly happens by itself, but it also relies on your actions and decisions in life. For example, you shouldn't be stubborn and try to turn the tables all the time, nor should you try to run away from change or stop it. Be open, go with the flow. We all shouldn't be trying to stop the path that was carved for us, or try to stop it. In conclusion, change is good, and we should let it go through our lives. Don't fear it, even though it may be hard at first. Change becomes easier as you learn to embrace it. And remember, change will come and go. Altering with it will ruin you and your life. Instead, welcome change with open arms and see where the wind takes you. Thank you.
That was phenomenal. A label tells you nothing about the person wearing it. Hassan Swed is here to talk about stereotyping.
Put yourself in a situation where everyone thinks you're a liar, terrorist, or disgusting. How would you feel? We live in a world full of different cultures, traditions, and ideas.
This makes our human societies richer and more interesting because it allows people to share knowledge and experiences. But sometimes people judge others too quickly without really getting to know them. They rely on general ideas and assumptions instead of facts. This way of thinking is called stereotyping. Stereotyping happens when people think all members of a certain group have the same characteristics or behaviors. You might think that a student who loves sports doesn't care about studying, or that quiet people can't be good leaders, but in fact, everybody is unique and has different interests and abilities. Stereotyping does not only affect individuals, but it affects nations and societies all around the world. When people judge others based off assumptions, they may mistreat them or misunderstand them just because of an unfair judgment. Sometimes they may cause them to miss out on important job opportunities or work, social life, and education, just because of one single judgment that isn't true. In fact, Arab and Muslim civilizations have contributed greatly to human progress in many fields. There are some stereotypes that describe Arabs as backwards or Muslims as terrorists, but this is not true because they're based off generalization and reality. Judging an entire nation or religion based off the acts of a few people is unjust and will only increase the number of misunderstandings in the world. The best way to overcome stereotyping is to keep an open mind and judge people based off their actions and character, not based off assumptions, because everybody has a unique story and deserves to be treated with fairness and respect. In conclusion, we respect differences and try to understand others by help building a more cooperative and peaceful world. When we avoid stereotypes, we help strengthen the relationship between our societies and promote mutual respect all around the world.
That was groundbreaking. Can you really trust your own thoughts? Muhammad Qawuq explains why your brain is lying to you. Please, let's hear a big hand.
Your brain is lying to you. The strange thing is, it does every day, and you probably never notice. Though this is not as bad as you think. Your brain is just trying to process things as fast as it can. In fact, your brain processes and analyzes 1 million pieces of information every second. Just imagine yourself in an office where you have to organize 1 million files every second, only to get screamed at by your boss about how slow and dumb you are. Your brain might accidentally trick you through false memories, optical illusions, and quick judgments made to save time. First, your brain might accidentally rebuild the memory wrong. That's right, your brain doesn't store a memory exactly as it happened. It rebuilds and rewrites it. Many people think memories work like a recorder, but they don't. Your brain might add or remove certain details that could completely change the memory. I think most of you know what deja vu is. If you don't, deja vu is the feeling that you have experienced the exact same action before, that you have performed the same action in the same place. However, this could be a trick from your brain. The odds that you have performed the same action in the same place are astronomical. False memories aren't just remembered, they are rewritten. So never assume you remember something exactly as it happened. Second, a sight that you saw or are still seeing might not be understandable to your brain. When this happens, your brain becomes confused and doesn't know what to do. Optical illusions occur when strange objects and patterns line up and make a weird new image. Since your brain has never seen something like this before, it doesn't know what to do and doesn't know how to explain this to you. Quick judgments optical illusions aren't just simply
optical illusions aren't just simply some weird glitch in your brain. It is something that your brain doesn't understand. Finally, you might be thinking under pressure and not have enough time to think clearly. When this happens, your brain might improvise and make quick judgments. Imagine you are taking an exam, and unfortunately for you, it's a hard one. Even though you have worked and studied very hard, the questions still seem challenging, and you don't know what to do. At that moment, you might start to feel sick in your stomach. What do? I don't know what to do. And then, your brain becomes really overloaded and doesn't know what to think, becomes really stressed. Suddenly, your brain might think, wait, I might finish in time. The questions suddenly seem simple and easy. That means I'm going to get full marks. Unfortunately for you, your brain might be oversimplifying complex problems so you can finish in time. And when you finally see your grade and it says 12, you begin to realize that your brain was simply overwhelmed. Quick judgments, your brain makes quick judgments. So don't start bragging after an exam that your answers were completely correct. To summarize it all, your brain might trick you through quick and inaccurate decisions, misinterpreting what you see, and bringing back strangely edited memories. However, this is not only happening to you, this is happening to everyone. So, this is happening to everyone. So never This is happening to everyone. So never act mad about a low grade or about what has happened to you in the past. Tricks by your brain can happen a lot. Just be careful and choose your answer wisely.
That was terrific. Healthcare should be for everyone. Abdurrahman Abu Khalifa is going to tell us when medicine becomes a luxury. Please, let's hear a big round of applause.
From the moment we were born, we were provided with everything we need to survive. Yet today, things have shifted. Around 8.6 million people die every year because they cannot access the medicines needed. That number is almost equal to the population of Jordan. What I want to show today is that in many parts of the world, medicine has become unaffordable, turning healthcare from a basic need into something only some people access. One major reason for this is extreme poverty. Around 700 million people live in the worst levels of poverty, surviving on less than $2 a day. When someone just struggles to buy food or basic necessities, buying medicine that may cost them $10 to $30 is almost impossible. And for some families, healthcare expenses is simply way far beyond what they can afford. The problem becomes even larger when we look at the global scale. Around 3.4 billion people survive on less than $5 a day. And they are being forced to choose between medicine and their food, which makes it so rude, like making it so expensive. When medicine costs more than what people make, it becomes a dangerous luxury. And some people may say that health insurance companies may solve this problem, but in some countries it's still too expensive. However, some countries like Qatar have showed investment in this subject by making their healthcare free and making medicines free for everyone so nobody dies. In conclusion, the high costs of medicine may affect the lives of billions of people, making them die, making them suffer, and live through the worst levels of being sick. Thank you.
That was marvelous. Should we focus more on us after life? Ibrahim al-Darawish is here to answer that question. Please welcome him on stage.
Imagine the sudden cold realization as the word vanishes. My Lord, send me back. I might do righteousness. But as God said in His holy book, but the gates are shut for those who abandoned prayer. They realized that the 5 daily meetings and doing what God told us to do was the only light save us from afterlife's darkness. Firstly, the reward of paradise. Muslims believe that those who lived righteously would be rewarded with Jannah, a place with internal peace and happiness. This belief encourages people to stay strong in their faith and continue doing good deeds. And of course, ignoring what is forbidden for us. So that's why we should focus more about our afterlife. Secondly, life is a test. One strong reason is that life on earth is short and temporary, while life in Akhirah is long and eternal. Because the afterlife gives better rewards and pleasures, we should not be focusing more about worldly pleasures. So go ahead, make your move. It was never late until our souls goes to the one who created them. Thirdly, knowing what is important. Worshipping God gives life a meaning. So life won't just be working, sleeping, eating, and playing all day. These things that I mentioned are called extras, as God said in His holy book. And I did not create the mankind and jinn except to worship me. Because, as I told you guys, life is not permanent. You would not take your pleasures to Jannah. So we should be focusing more about afterlife more than focusing about our life. In conclusion, life is short and temporary. You may fall in its pleasures, but you can come back. It was never late until our souls goes to the one who created them.
That was outstanding. Smarter than us. Yaman Ibtirat is here to explain what that means. Please welcome him on stage.
Imagine a world where the smartest thing on earth is not a human, but a machine. It might sound like a science fiction, but artificial intelligence or AI has already been smarter than us. AI can already do some tasks faster than a human. For example, AI can analyze thousands of medical images in seconds or solve complex problems faster than a human. So, this brings us to an important question. If AI keeps learning and improving, could it someday be smarter than us? Some people believe that AI will be smarter than us and take a lot of our jobs. But others believe that AI will be our greatest tool to solve big problems like poverty and climate change. So, the real future is not AI will be versus humans. The real future is human working together with AI. Human and AI could do things that neither could do alone. So the real question is not simply will AI be smarter than us. The real question is how will we use this powerful technology to make the world better. Yaman was with you, and thanks for your time.
That was fascinating. Convincing your parents isn't easy, but there's an art to it. Zaid Rashid is here to tell us about the art of negotiating with your parents. Abdurrahman is not here, sadly. Please, let's show our appreciation.
I have a confidence. I am a professional negotiator. I do not work for the FBI. I live with my parents. Every day is a high-stakes mission to get 5 more minutes of gaming or an extra snack. I've learned that no isn't the end. It's just the start of the game.
We all know the struggle. You ask for something and you hit the famous wall. My first secret weapon is the preemptive strike. This means doing chores before being asked. When my mom sees the dishes are done, her defense systems drop suddenly. Asking for new shoes feels like a reward for my maturity, not just another request. My second secret weapon is the logic pivot. Instead of saying, I want to play FIFA, I say, Mom, gaming improves making skills, perfect for my future career. When you use logic that parents value, like success and safety, stop being a kid, start being a partner. In the end, negotiation is about building a bridge. Our parents want the best for us by using hammer and respect. So next time you hear a no, don't get angry, get strategic. Thank you.
That was remarkable. Beautiful places are everywhere, but Jordan is special. Yahya Nwele will tell us why Jordan should be first on your bucket list. Please, let's give him a big hand.
Assalamu alaikum and good morning, everyone. Let me ask you a question. If you could visit a place where you can float in the sea without swimming, or walk through a city carved into rock more than 2,000 years ago, and explore a desert that looks like another planet, where would you go? You might think that this place is far away or imaginary, but it is real and it is called Jordan. Jordan may look small on the map, but it's full of incredible histories. One of the most famous places is Petra, an ancient city carved into pink stone by the Nabateans over 2,000 years ago. When visitors walk through a narrow canyon called the Siq and suddenly see the famous treasury building, it feels like stepping into a different time in history. Another amazing place is Jarash, one of the best preserved Roman cities in the world. When you walk through its streets, you can see tall columns, ancient piers, and stone roads that people used thousands of years ago. But Jordan is not only about history, it also has some of the unique natural places on earth. In the Dead Sea, you can float on the water without even trying because the salt level is so high. In Wadi Rum, the desert is filled with red sand and the huge rock mountains. Many movies about Mars were filmed there because the landscape looks like another planet. However, what makes Jordan truly special is its people. Jordanians are famous for their hospitality. Visitors are often welcomed with tea or Arabic coffee, and people are proud to share their cultures and traditions. Travelers may come to Jordan to see the famous places, but many leave remembering the kindness they experienced. So, if you are making a travel bucket list, remember this small country with a big story. A place where nature, culture, and history come together. That place is Jordan. Thank you.
That was extraordinary. Small actions can have huge effects. Jad Badra will talk about a small act, big change. Let's welcome him on stage.
What if I told you that something as small as a smile could change someone's entire day? And maybe even the world. Think about the last time you were having a bad day. Maybe you were stressed about a test. Maybe someone maybe you're worried about something or just feeling tired. Then someone did something small. Maybe they helped you, smiled at you, or asked if you're okay. That moment might have seemed tiny, but it probably made your day a little better. Many people believe that changing the world requires something big. They imagine famous leaders, huge inventions, and powerful people making history. And the truth is that real change often begins with something much smaller. It begins with kindness. Kindness might seem simple, but its impact can be very powerful. When someone experiences kindness, they feel valued, respected, and supported. In places like schools, where students deal with pressure from exams, friendships, and expectations, even a small act of kindness can make someone feel less alone. But kindness doesn't just help one person, it spreads. It spreads. When people experience kindness, they are more likely to pass it on to someone else. Imagine one student helping another understand a difficult lesson. Later, that student might help someone else. Soon, one small action becomes many. This is how kindness slowly changes communities. Think about the place we all want to be a part of. A place where people feel safe. A place where people feel safe, supported, and respected. A place where people encourage each other instead of putting each other down. That kind of environment doesn't happen because of one big event. It happens because of small choices people make every day. And the best part about kindness is that anybody can do it. You don't need money, you don't need power, and you don't need special talent. All you need is a decision to care about others, a smile, a helping hand, a kind word. These actions may seem small to you, but to someone else, they might mean everything. So if you want to change the world today, don't wait for something big. Start small. Start today. Start with kindness. Because sometimes the smallest actions create the biggest change. Thank you.
That was breathtaking. We'll have a break for 10 minutes, then we'll be coming back with more powerful voices from grade 7th H. Welcome back, everyone. Can you please maintain silence? Starting with grade 7th H. No one is perfect at first. Julius Liam explains why being bad at things is normal.
Oh my God, my mom is going to kill me. I literally failed my English exam. What will my friends think? Why am I still trying? Why am I bad at almost every single thing? That right there is something we all experienced. Being bad at things. Yes, I know not the most inspiring topic, but think about it. The first time you tried something new, like cooking, exams, or any kind of sport, we're usually terrible at it. I think being terrible at things is okay because you're still learning and improving. First example, the first time I tried cooking by myself, I thought, how hard could it be? 10 minutes later, the smoke alarm is screaming, my parents are running in scared and confused, and the food looked like it survived the whole tornado. At that moment, I realized something very important. I'm not a professional chef. But that's normal. The initial failure only fueled my determination to improve and practice my skills in cooking more. Another example, think about babies learning to walk. They fall again and again and again, but babies never say, wow.
that was embarrassing. Everyone saw me fall. I'm just gonna crawl forever. No, they keep trying until they can walk. This shows that babies have more self-confidence than us teens and grown-ups have nowadays. Their persistence is a natural reminder that failing is an essential part of learning. Last but not least, when you start a new game, you don't immediately beat the final boss. First, you lose a lot. Sometimes you fall into lava, sometimes you press the wrong button, sometimes you walk into the enemy like, oh, that was a terrible idea. But every time you lose, you learn something new. Each mistake in the game serves as a valuable lesson that builds skill and strategy for your future. So I ask my audience today to not feel embarrassed for what you can do. Instead, feel motivated to not give up on yourself. Thank you for listening.
That was impressive. Sometimes not knowing where you are is exactly where you need to be. Dima Swit explains why being lost is the most powerful place to be in.
Have you ever felt completely lost? Not just confused, I mean standing still, while the whole entire world just moves on without you. Everyone else seems certain about their own future, their own path, their own goals. And then there's you, questioning literally everything. It feels like failure, right? But what if I told you that being lost isn't a weakness? It's actually more of a very rare advantage. Because firstly, when life is clear, you follow scripts, expectations, labels, and practically other people's dreams. But when you're lost, those scripts completely disappear. And then suddenly, you're left with one powerful question. Who am I without all this noise? Being lost strips everything away. And in that silence, you don't find answers. You actually create them. Secondly, let's all stop pretending. Being lost can hurt deeply. It's uncomfortable, it's certain, it's heavy. But pressure creates diamonds. Every moment you feel unsure, and every time you keep going without clarity, you're building something that most people never develop. Resilience. Not the kind that looks strong, but the kind that genuinely is strong. Last but not least, let me ask you all a very tempting question. If your path is already clear, are you really choosing it, or are you just following it? Being lost gives you something most people never experience. Freedom. Freedom to question. Freedom to explore everything you desire. And freedom to live a life created by you. Not one shaped by expectations, and not one designed by fear, but a life created intentionally by you. So, the next time you feel lost, don't shrink and don't panic and don't rush. Because in that moment, you aren't falling behind. You're actually standing at the edge of possibility. And maybe, just maybe, being lost is where your real journey begins. Thank you for listening.
That was fascinating. No Wi-Fi, no doom scrolling. Reem Handam asks, what if the internet disappeared for one day?
Oh, there's no connection? Maybe here. Nothing is working. Where's the internet? What do I do now? No Wi-Fi, no Instagram, no YouTube, and no Google. Just reality. Now imagine, not just me, imagine all of us, not for 10 minutes, for a whole day. Imagine going home, opening your phone, and suddenly there's no internet. Your messages don't send, your videos don't load, and your games stop working. For a moment, everything feels frozen. You might even look around and think, wait, do I actually have to talk to my family? Or even worse, I guess I have to do homework without ChatGPT. What? My name is Reem, and today I want to share a simple but powerful idea with you. The internet is an amazing tool, but it should never control our lives because it reduces real-life communication, it makes us depend on technology instead of our own skills, and it affects how the world works when everything depends on being online. Firstly, the internet sometimes replaces real communication. Instead of talking to each other, we send messages. Instead of spending time together, we scroll through our phones. If the internet disappeared for one day, people might start talking again. Families might sit together and actually listen to each other instead of looking at their screens. Secondly, the internet can make us depend too much on quick answers. When we have a question, we immediately search on Google. But without the internet, students would need to think more, read books, ask teachers, and solve problems creatively. Sometimes the best ideas come when we stop searching and start thinking. Finally, today the whole world depends on the internet. Businesses, people, and everything. Businesses use it to communicate. People use it to work, pay bills, and connect with others. One day without the internet would be difficult and confusing. But that challenge would remind us of something important. Technology should help our lives, not control them. To conclude, the real problem may not be losing the internet for one day, but how dependent we have become on it. Maybe the real problem is that we have forgotten how to live without it. The internet connects our devices, but it should never replace connections between people. So, if the internet disappeared tomorrow, maybe it wouldn't be the end of the world, because the best moments in life are not online. They're happening right next to us. Remember, the most powerful connections in life don't need Wi-Fi. And thank you for listening.
That was superb. What you say can make a difference. Yasmin Rami shows why your voice matters more than you know.
Have you ever had an idea or an opinion but decided not to say it? Maybe you thought it's not important, or someone else will say it, or maybe you worried that people might disagree or not listen. But what if I told you something surprising? Your voice matters more than you know. Hi everyone, my name is Yasmin, and today I want to talk about the power of speaking up. Because one voice, yes, even a quiet one, can inspire people, help others, and even sometimes change the world. Firstly, your voice can help someone who needs it. Sometimes people around us are struggling, but they don't always show it. They may feel nervous, shy, or afraid to ask for help. Imagine someone seeing a person treated unfairly and saying, "That's not okay." Or someone saying, "Let's help them." Those simple words can change a situation completely. Secondly, your voice can share ideas that others never thought of. Every person thinks differently. That's actually one of the greatest strengths that people have. One of the greatest discoveries and inventions started by one person asking a simple question. What if we tried something different? If everyone stayed silent, many amazing ideas would never exist. Finally, your voice
Finally, your voice can inspire others. Confidence spreads from person to person. When someone speaks with courage, kindness, and honesty, others begin to feel confident too. Think about people who inspire you. Many of them didn't start with large audiences listening to them. They started with one voice, sharing one message. Their voice encouraged others to believe in themselves and to make positive changes. Even a small encouragement can inspire someone to keep trying, keep learning, and keep growing. At the end, here's something important to remember. You don't have to be the loudest person in this room. You don't have to be famous or powerful. But when you speak with courage, kindness, honesty, your voice becomes more powerful. Use your voice to share ideas. Use your voice to stand for what is right. Use your voice to support and encourage others. Because every positive change starts sometimes and somewhere. It starts with just one person deciding to speak. So don't hide your voice when it can make a difference. Because your voice matters more than you know. Thank you.
That was magnificent. The ultimate rivalry. Ali Alhassad explores what makes Real Madrid versus Barcelona.
You're sitting in your living room. The TV's on full volume and your family's watching. Suddenly, everyone screams in unison. Goal! You look up with wide eyes and see joy and excitement on their faces. You turn to the TV and realize they're watching a soccer match between Real Madrid and Barcelona. Real Madrid scores the goal. You in the room explodes with cheering and laughter. My name is Ali Alhassad, and today I'm going to convince you why I believe Real Madrid is better than Barcelona. To begin with, both Real Madrid and Barcelona have amazing talented players. However, Real Madrid has some of the best players in the world, such as Kylian Mbappe, Vinicius Jr., and Arda Güler. These players show incredible talent on the field. For example, in a recent match on March 14, 2026, Arda Güler scored an impressive long-distance goal that showed his amazing ability and strength. Moments like this prove that Real Madrid's players can create incredible plays that carry their team and succeed. Another reason is more people prefer Real Madrid over Barcelona. For example, Real Madrid has about 450 million followers from across the world, while Barcelona has 403 million. These numbers are close, but Real Madrid still comes ahead. Another reason is Real Madrid has a stronger history of winning major titles. They have won more UEFA Champions League trophies than Barcelona, which proves they dominate in Europe's biggest competitions. This proves that Real Madrid has a stronger history of winning major titles. Finally, to sum things up, this is why I believe Real Madrid is better than Barcelona. Because they have better players, more fans, and a stronger history of winning big competitions. Both teams are great, but Real Madrid is amazing. I hope this convinces you why I believe Real Madrid is better than Barcelona. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much, Alia. That was remarkable. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, let me invest this moment before resuming with our students. I really want to thank you, to thank the parents and your presence today. So today, inshallah, I want to say to every brave voice who stood on this stage and will stand on this stage, inshallah, I want really to tell you thank you. Thank you for your brilliant ideas, for your remarkable performances, for your presence here with us. I want really to tell you that you truly inspired us. Do you agree with me? a big hand again to continue with the grade 7 students. Thank you.
A small act can make a huge difference. Tala Ashraf shows how donations can change people's lives.
Changing the world doesn't start with millions, it starts with you. When you donate, you'll get the chance to change a person's life. Poor people struggle from poverty, illness, being homeless, being hungry, or many other problems. But when you donate, you'll give them the power to face their problems. Seeing smiley faces can change your day to better. Poor people so worried about feeding their children. And when you donate to them, you'll see them smile. Because for once, they won't have to worry about today. So, when you donate to a poor person, you are introducing joyful and cheers into their lives. Donations help to reduce poverty. Many families lack food, clothes, school supplies, or medicine, and new opportunities. Even a small gift can be the first step toward a brighter life. Donations can let you be proud of yourself. When you donate to a poor people in one day, you will feel proud, better, helper, and life changer. So, when you feel proud, that can change your own day. So, smiling faces, reduce poverty, and feeling proud of yourself can make community stronger, saving lives, and make a big differences. So, dear listeners, donate more. It will have an impact in your life.
That was groundbreaking. Sometimes doing nothing is doing everything. Jude Samour talks about the power of boredom in sparking creativity.
What if I told you that the next time you're bored, your brain might be doing some of its best work? In a world that never slows down, we're constantly on the go. We check our phones, multitask, and fill every moment with something. Boredom, for most of us, feels like a problem. But what if I told you that boredom is actually a secret strategy for creativity? So, what exactly is boredom? Boredom happens when there's nothing demanding our attention. You're stuck waiting, or just having a moment of downtime. Most people see this as wasted time, but it's actually when our brain is free to get creative. When we're bored, our brains don't shut off. Instead, they activate something called the default mode network. This is the part of the brain responsible for daydreaming, making friends, and coming up with new ideas. This is when creativity is at its peak, when we're not focused on something else. How does boredom lead to creativity? In our busy lives, we're always doing something. Checking emails, scrolling through social media, and staying distracted. But when we let ourselves get bored, our brains have the space to think freely and make unexpected connections. Some of the best ideas in history came from moments of boredom. Archimedes discovered the principle of buoyancy while sitting in a bath. J.K. Rowling came up with Harry Potter while on a train. These ideas weren't forced. They came when their minds were allowed to wander. So, what can we do with boredom? First, stop fearing it. Instead of reaching for your phone next time you're bored, embrace the silence. Take a walk. Sit quietly and let your mind rest. You might be surprised at what comes to you. Second, schedule downtime. Set aside moments in your day where you're not doing anything. These moments are actually productive because your brain is working on new ideas without you even realizing it. In conclusion, boredom isn't a waste of time. It's an opportunity. When we're bored, our brain doesn't shut off. Thank you for listening.
That was powerful. Cartoons can be fun and surprisingly deep. Jana Madhar explores the question, are cartoons only for kids?
Apparently, cartoons are for kids, but somehow adults are the ones staying up until 2 a.m. watching just one more episode. What if I told you that the cartoons we believe as kid stuff are secretly some of the most powerful stories ever told? Today, I want to challenge the idea that animation has an age limit and show you all how cartoons can teach lessons about war, identity, mental health, and humanity. In the majority of cases, cartoons express deep and complex themes. Many cartoons show strong emotions of fear, sadness, happiness, and many other feelings. For example, the movie Inside Out, it explains serious human emotions. In other words, cartoons can discuss serious human experiences, just like movies or novels. What is more, animation isn't a genre. It's simply a way of telling stories. Just like movies can be for kids or adults, animation can too. The fact that something is animated doesn't make it childish. We see this very obviously in our world, as people judge things without even looking at it, which also happens with cartoons, as some people see it as childish animation that doesn't have a purpose. From adults' point of view, these people may seem right, as some cartoons don't show what lesson they're trying to show us directly. We need to understand it. For example, Gumball or Teen Titans, they may seem like they don't have a purpose, but let me tell you something, they can change a mood. For example, an adult got fired at work, or a student failed an exam, or hatted and lost in it. This can make a person in a bad mood for the whole day. But watching these cartoons can make us laugh and lighten our mood. Furthermore, many cartoons are actually made for adults, as they include political irony, social criticism, and adult humor. Some cartoons were never meant for kids. The existence of this animation shows us that cartoons aren't limited to kids. Now at the end, let us return to the question, are cartoons only for kids? Today, we saw that cartoons teach powerful lessons and address adult issues. We also learned that animation is a storytelling way, not an age category. So next time you see a cartoon, don't assume it's childish. Ask yourself, what story it's really trying to tell? So maybe the real question isn't, are cartoons for kids? Why did we think they were? Maybe cartoons were never just for kids. They were always stories powerful enough to grow up with us.
That was miraculous. Albert Einstein once said, the important thing is not to stop questioning. Judy Abu Jabal shows the power of asking questions.
When was the last time you asked a question because you were truly curious? When we are children, we ask questions all the time. We ask things like, why is the sky blue? How do airplanes fly? And more. But as we grow older, many people become afraid to ask questions.
because they worry. Others might think that their question is silly, so they stay silent. However, asking questions is actually one of the most powerful tools that we have. First, asking questions can help us learn and discover new things. Every great discovery in history all began by asking questions. Scientists, leaders, inventors all began by wondering about something. They all began by wondering about something and asking questions like why, what if, and how. Those questions might seem simple, but they led to big discoveries. Second, asking questions can help us understand things more deeply. When we ask questions, we're not just listening to information, we are thinking about it. Questions push us to explore new ideas, solve problems, and learn faster. So instead of just memorizing facts, we begin to truly understand them. Third, asking questions can improve our relationship with others. If we ask people about their thoughts, feelings, or ideas, we show that we really care about them, and we care about what they have to say. So maybe the real problem isn't that we don't know enough. The real problem is that we don't ask enough questions. Questions are the starting point of learning, discovery, and understanding others. So my advice to you all is simple. Don't be afraid to ask questions. Ask when you're confused, ask when you're curious, and ask when you want to understand the world better. Because sometimes one small question can lead to a big discovery. So maybe the real problem is that we don't ask enough questions. Imagine how much more we can learn if we are brave enough to ask the questions in our minds. Thank you.
That was fabulous. Growing up today, it's different. It's nothing like the days of Friends. Naya Awad tells us what adults don't understand about being a kid today.
What if the hardest thing about growing up isn't becoming an adult, but adults forgetting how childhood feels like? Adults say, I understand, I was your age once, but the truth is, you were in this age, in this world, where school is constant pressure. Expectations come from every direction, and social media never stops letting you feel like you're always behind. And yet, we're still told these are the best years of our lives, as if anyone could survive them without breaking. Firstly, school. School isn't about learning anymore. It's constant pressure to be perfect. Every grade, every test, and every assignment can feel like it defines our futures. It's not just learning anymore. It's a competition where we compare ourselves to others and worry about falling behind. This pressure can take off the joy of learning and make school more stressful than it already is. On another hand, we have social media showing everyone else perfect lives, which is more like perfect lives. It's not just a distraction, it's silent comparison that makes you feel like you're never enough, like you're always behind, and like every small failure is magnified to the whole world to see and judge. Growing up today isn't just about becoming an adult, but surviving a world that never lets you breathe. Lastly, we have expectations from teachers, parents, the society, and even ourselves. We're told to plan our future, to be the best, and succeed in ways that sometimes can feel impossible, while we're learning who we are and what we want to be. We feel like one small mistake and we're letting everyone down. So, growing up today isn't as easy as it looks. School pushes us to be perfect. Expectations makes us have everything figured out, and social media pushes us to measure ourselves against impossible standards. All of these makes it impossible to survive. And yes, we're still told these are the best years of our lives. But we're not asking adults to change or fix anything. We're just asking one small thing.
Try to understand us before you judge us.
That was terrific. Moving on to our terrific grade 7Z students. It's better late than never. Kon Kasasbe shows why it's never late to change.
It's never too late. No.
Remaining silence is better for the speakers, so please, no talking.
It's never too late. Not for you, not for me, not for anyone. Yet, we spent our whole lives thinking we've missed our chance. What if that voice is wrong? Have you ever wanted to change something about your life, but then thought, it's too late now? I have felt that way, and I know many of us have. We keep telling ourselves that change has a deadline, that if we didn't start, we missed our opportunity. Then we'll look at others seem ahead, and suddenly we feel behind. Fear starts to creep in. Fear of failing, fear of judgment, fear that change isn't possible. But fear is a liar. And so just like that, we freeze. We freeze, even when we truly want to grow. The biggest obstacle is fear. Fear of failing, fear of judgment, fear that change isn't possible. But fear is a liar. Courage is louder. Courage is what gets someone up after falling. Courage is what pushes someone to try after quitting. Courage is what pushes someone. Courage is what.
Okay, let's pause. 2 seconds. Would you please leave fast? Quietly, please. We need to invest every moment, so move fast, please. Excuse me, our judges, respected judges, because he was confused. He wants to repeat his part. So please don't consider the evaluation you gave, and he will repeat again. Okay? Take your time. Deep breath.
It's never too late. Not for you, not for me, not for anyone. Yet, we spent our whole lives thinking we've missed our chance. What if that voice is wrong? Have you ever wanted to change something about your life, but then thought, it's too late now? I have felt that way, and I know many of us have. We keep telling ourselves that change has a deadline, that if we didn't start, we missed our opportunity. Then we'll look at others seem ahead, and suddenly we feel behind. Fear starts to creep in. Fear of failing, fear of judgment, fear that change isn't possible. But fear is a liar. And suddenly we freeze, even when we truly want to grow.
Not everyone speaks loudest, but everyone matters. Mahmoud Shahatit explains why the quietest person in the room might have the loudest mind. Please welcome him.
Have you ever noticed the quietest person in the room? Many people assume that silence means nothing's happening, but that couldn't be further from the truth. Being quiet people are often observing and analyzing, thinking more deeply than anyone else. As Sherlock Holmes once said, you see, but you do not observe. The distinction is clear. These words remind us that true intelligence comes not from speaking the most, but from truly noticing and understanding the world around us. Being quiet doesn't mean being weak. Sometimes it takes more courage to speak up than to stay silent. Quiet people learn from listening first, then act with purpose. This careful, courageous approach helps them to understand people better and respond wisely. Quiet people are
He will come back after 1 or 2 performances as he asked me. Yeah.
Mistakes aren't failures, they're lessons. Muhammad Khalid shows us the power of mistakes. Please welcome him on stage.
Have you ever failed at succeeding and thought that you still needed improvement? Well, the logical conclusion is that we probably failed at least once or twice in our lifetime and thought that we weren't approved enough to even try what we did. In my opinion, I believe that no matter how big or small the mistake that you made was, you will only strengthen your ideas more and more. Firstly, it is certain that failure plays a role in how babies learn how to walk. Because, for example, when a baby learns how to walk, they will fail repeatedly, but eventually they will master walking and running. The same runs for learning how to talk. Secondly, it is obvious that failure plays a vital role in building up confidence, because when you fail, you don't only fail. Through the journey of failure, you would become stronger, more patient, more determined to reach your goal than before. And all these characteristics would make failing a rare gem instead of a common one. Thirdly, as a kid, failing is the best teacher you could ask for, because it shows you what's not important. It shows you what's... Avoid. That's what people think failure is. But failure is way more than that. Failure shows you that life doesn't always follow your plans. So that's why you should put to your perspective that failure isn't the opposite of success, it's the road to success.
Please welcome on stage Yahya Jabir to talk about the silent drift away from Allah.
Let me ask you something. When was the last time you felt truly close to Allah? Not just by praying, not just by feeling the emotions, but by actually feeling it. The scary thing is, no one wakes up one day and says, I want to be far from Allah. It doesn't happen instantly. It happens slowly. It happens quietly. It happens step by step. It starts by delaying one prayer,
Then it becomes delaying one after another. Then you start saying, from tomorrow I'll start praying, but you don't. Not with a big decision, but with small moments you think don't matter. Let's be honest. How many times have we said, it's just this 1 minute. Give me 5 minutes and I'll be up. Those 5 minutes turn into 1 hour. One missed prayer becomes a habit. One sin becomes something you don't notice anymore. You still talk to family. You still laugh with friends. But inside, something is changing. Your heart feels heavier. Praying feels like a task, not peace. Reciting Quran feels difficult instead of peaceful. Making dua feels weak instead of powerful. Not because Allah left you, but because you slowly stop turning back to Him. And that's the real thing that happens. You don't leave Allah, you slowly drift away from Him. Thank you for listening.
That was exceptional. And now, Hashim Abu Hashim is going to talk about criticism as a friend. Big claps for him.
A word is spoken, sharp and keen, to look upon my work unseen. I feel the sting, the ego rise, and seeks to hide from truthful eyes. But truth is friend and not a foe. It tells me where I need to grow. But wisdom breathes and seeks to hear the critic that removes the fear. For words that sting often heal. A bitter truth is better far than praise that hides a hidden scar. Feeling defensive or embarrassed when someone criticizes you is normal, but the twist is, criticism isn't meant to break you, it is meant to build you. Firstly, criticism promotes personal and professional growth. Consecutive criticism acts as a tool for self-improvement by highlighting weaknesses or blind spots you might not notice with your own eyes. So, criticism helps you refine yourself, correct mistakes, and ultimately make you work more effectively. Secondly, criticism provides new perspectives and insights about a certain topic. Criticism promotes an outside view of your work or behavior, enabling you to see numerous enhancements from a different angle or perspective. Criticism helps break down personal bias and provides a clearer understanding of how others perceive you. The final reason is that criticism helps build resilience and emotional maturity. Learning how to accept feedback without being defensive, emotional, or embarrassed allows you to bounce back from setbacks. Criticism also teaches you to separate yourself from your performance and manage all emotional reactions to negativity. To wrap it all up, I believe that criticism is a very important aspect in our life because it provides very important characteristics like building resilience, providing new perspectives and insights about a certain topic, and promoting personal growth. So, as an advice from me to all dear listeners is to accept both compliments and criticism because it takes both the sun and the rain for a flower to grow. Thank you for listening.
Every big change starts with a dream. Jawad Aqil is going to talk about how dreams can be life-changing.
What if the dream you have today could completely change the person you become tomorrow? Dreams are not just thoughts we have when we sleep. They are powerful ideas that can change. They are powerful ideas that can change our future. When someone has a dream, he has something to work towards. For example, a student who wants to become a pilot will study hard and focus on physics and math. Or else he could just sleep and fly the plane while he's dreaming. Achieving something hard is never easy because but when you
Dreams can be life-changing. That's what we hear always. But have you ever tried to see if this is true? Maybe someone had a dream when he was little. Now he has achieved it. Just ask them. They will say that, of course, it's easy if you have enough determination and trying. Thank you for listening.
Sometimes the only obstacle is yourself. Rajai Saleh is going to tell us to get out of your own way. Please welcome on stage.
How much longer are you going to avoid what you are capable of doing in order to continue with what you are comfortable of doing? This is a question we rarely ask ourselves because the answer is really painful. We stay in the safe zone because it's warm and safe. But the truth is, nothing grows in comfort zone. When we choose comfort, we aren't just staying still. We are actively burying our own potential. Most of us wait for the world to change so we can succeed. We blame time, luck, or people for our failures. But the truth is, the only person who's holding you back is you. We build our own cages out of fear and doubt, and then wonder, why we're not free? We are always waiting for the right moment, for the time we feel ready. But have you ever looked back and said, I wish I had started years ago, or I'm too old now? We use the past as an excuse to remain stuck in the present. But you have to realize that today is the youngest you will ever be to the rest of your life. If you don't start now, a year from now, you will wish that you had started today. And the most important thing that we need to stop being negative. Our minds are amazing and powerful, but we're the ones controlling them with our thoughts. If we keep filling our minds with negative words and thoughts, our mind will slowly start controlling us instead. If a person keeps saying, I can do it or I will fail, our brain will slowly start believing these thoughts. As a result, a person may lose confidence and stop trying to achieve their goals. But what will happen when a person believes in their abilities and start working with patience and determination? Many things will change. They become more confident and are willing to try new things without being controlled by fear. Doubt becomes smaller. Courage becomes stronger. They start taking action instead of waiting for the perfect moment. What is important to remember that it's never too late. Try again and change. Every day is a new opportunity to improve, learn, and take a small step forward. No matter how much time has passed, a person can always choose to try again and build a better future.
That was sensational. Communication is evolving. Rashid Al-Ajarmi explores the language of the future. Please welcome him on stage.
What if I told you that the most important language in Jordan today isn't English or Arabic? While we like our native tongue, there's a third language that runs our phones, our cars, and even our schools. This language is coding. I strongly believe that coding should be taught as a core subject in every Jordanian school, just like science or math. Making coding a national language will sharpen our problem-solving skills, boost our economy, and prepare us to lead the digital world. First of all, learning to code is the best way to develop superpowered problem-solving skills. Coding isn't just about typing on a screen. It's about logic. When a programmer makes a mistake, they don't give up. They debug it. This teaches us resilience and how to turn any big, scary problem into small, manageable steps. If every seventh grader in Jordan learns to think in this logical way, we can face any problem, from fixing computers to fixing local community issues. Furthermore, coding is the key to a better economy in Jordan. Coding is the key for a better economy for Jordan. Unlike other countries, Jordan doesn't have vast oil or water resources, but it has something better: brilliant minds. According to recent tech reports, Jordan is already a hub for startups in the Middle East, with famous companies like Abwab and Tamatim starting right here in Amman. Finally, coding is in conclusion, turning coding into a national language is no longer an option. It's necessary. It builds our brains, boosts our economy, and turns us into generational thinkers. Let's ask our schools to open the doors to programming, because the future of Jordan isn't written in ink. It's written in code.
That was dynamic. A single moment can change everything.
يعطيكم العافية جميعا. يعني الحكي كتير بصراحة والحركة كتيرة، وهذا كتير مشتت للي بيحكوا على المسرح، فتفضلا صمت كامل رجاء، وكل حد ياخذ مكانه هيك ويرتاح، وما نتحرك أثناء ما بيحكوا الشباب، لأنه كتير موتر. يعني الشباب اللي طلعوا على المسرح بيعرفوا قديش الموضوع موتر، مع الحكي بتصير الموضوع لخمة يعني. خلينا نسمع صح رجاء.
A single moment can change everything. Amir Abdul Hadi reminds us the power of a moment.
Imagine this. 1 second, 1 step, 1 moment can change your whole life. But not tomorrow, not next year, right now. A moment that can lift you to the top of the world or drop you to your lowest point. Sounds crazy, but it's real because every one of us has that moment. First, happy moments give us power. When you achieve something you work so hard for, when your family is proud of you, when you finally feel success, these moments remind us that life is beautiful. They make us feel confident and power. But not only happy moments. Not me, not you, not anyone can escape that. So, do not be afraid of sadness and don't take happiness for granted. Like every moment, feel it and live from it, because maybe, just maybe, one moment can change everything. Thank you.
That was awesome. Please welcome again Mahmoud Shahatit to talk about why the quietest person in the room might have the loudest mind.
Have you ever spoken and felt like no one was listening? What if the quietest person in the room actually knows more than anyone else? Silence is not emptiness. Sometimes it's a storm of ideas waiting to be heard. Today, I want to show you why the quietest person in the room might have the loudest mind. Have you ever noticed the quietest person in the room? Many people assume that silence means nothing's happening, but that couldn't be further from the truth. Quiet people are often observing and analyzing, thinking more deeply than anyone else. They notice details others overlook and understand things that go unseen. As Sherlock Holmes once said, you see, but you do not observe. The distinction is clear. These words remind us that true intelligence comes not from speaking the most, but from truly noticing and understanding the world around us. Being quiet doesn't mean being weak. Sometimes it takes more courage to speak up than to stay silent. Quiet people learn from listening first, then act with purpose. This careful, courageous approach helps them grow confidence over time. Quiet people may not speak at first, but their words are often thoughtful and meaningful. When they decide to speak, their words are often meaningful and thoughtful. The quietest person in the room may not speak at first, but he might remember confidence is not born, it is built.
That was awesome.
No problem. It was amazing. Thank you so much, Mahmoud. Our respected judges, do you want Kon again to present again? Okay, upon your request. So on. Sorry, Kon.
Kon.
It's never too late. Not for you, not for me, not for anyone. Yet, we spent our whole lives thinking we've missed our chance. What if that voice is wrong? Have you ever wanted to change something about your life, but then thought, it's too late now? I have felt that way, and I know many of us have. We keep telling ourselves that change has a deadline, that if we didn't start, we missed our opportunity. Then we look at others who seem ahead, and suddenly we feel behind. Fear starts to creep in, fear of failing, fear of being judged, and just like that, we freeze, even when we truly want to grow. Most of us are trapped by one lie. It's too old. It's too late. I'm too old. I missed my chance. That voice is lying. Every single one of us has the power to change, no matter our age. Look at history. Grandma Moses painted her first masterpiece at 78. Colonel Sanders franchised KFC in his 60s. And J.K. Rowling published Harry Potter after years of rejection and struggle. Change isn't about the past, it's about the choice to start now. The clock isn't your enemy, you are. Real change doesn't happen suddenly, it starts with one small action, one decision to learn, to try, take a step forward. Imagine planting a seed, small, fragile, almost invisible, but with time, care, and attention, it grows. That's how progress in life works. One day, the seed becomes a tree. One day, those small steps you took becomes a life transformed. Every effort, every habit, every choice adds up. What feels too small today, that's the foundation of greatness tomorrow. The biggest obstacle is fear. Fear of failing, fear of judgment, fear that change is impossible. But fear is a liar. Courage is louder. Courage is what gets someone up after falling. Courage is what makes the impossible feel possible. Courage is what pushes someone to try after falling. Every inspiring story you've heard began with courage. a choice to ignore that voice that says it's too late. That same courage is inside all of us, waiting to be unleashed. So, if you're waiting for the perfect moment, stop. The perfect moment doesn't exist. The best time to start may have been yesterday, the next best time, right now. You have the power to change, to grow, to take a new path. No matter your age, no matter your past, no matter how impossible it seems, because no matter where you are in life, it's never too late to change.
Thank you so much, Kon. Of course, our judges repeating and getting another chance must be taken into consideration, okay? Let me seize this moment before resuming with grade 8 to honor Dr. Abir, since you arrived late. Thank you so much for honoring us.
Finally, our grade 8 speakers, starting with grade 8H. As the saying goes, don't compare your chapter 1 to someone else's chapter 20. Banu Uthman is here to explain why people compare themselves to others. Big claps.
Okay, let's go with Bisan. Bisan. Yes, she will ignite the stage. I believe that. Bisan and then Bana, okay?
Oh my God, I ate too much this week. I need to start a healthy diet, but I'm too lazy to do one. Wait, what if I start it tomorrow? Then I'll have more energy and motivation. Well, here's the problem. Tomorrow never comes. Hello everyone and welcome to my TED Talkathon. Today, I'll be talking about why later is the biggest lie ever. Later is a lie because it stops us from taking action, it turns into excuses, and it prevents us from achieving our goal. But firstly, what's later? Later isn't just a word in the dictionary. Later is a lie because it acts as a procrastination tool that falsely promises more time, energy, or motivation in the future, ultimately leading to tasks never getting done. It's a psychological trap that replaces action with comfort. For example, many students say, I'll start studying tomorrow. But when tomorrow comes, they repeat the same exact excuse again, and nothing changes. The present moment, the only time we can actually act, disappears. Secondly, It's a big excuse. But why? When you have something difficult to do, saying later makes you less confident and stop you from doing difficulties. Finally, dreams required work. Actually, hard work. Super hard work. Because dreams do not abracadabra, magically happen. They need a step forward, even if it's a tiny little step. Wait, tell you a secret? Somewhere inside you is a version of yourself that is braver than you, louder than you, unstoppable. But you keep looking them away. You tell them, wait, not yet, maybe later. Later is the most dangerous word in the dictionary. Later kills dream, later buries legends. Later turns I kid into I wish. You don't need a sign, you are the sign. The fact that you're breathing right now means your story is not finished yet. And never say, I'll do that tomorrow or later or whenever. But always say, inshallah. Because this teaches that intention and responsibilities matter. In conclusion, don't wait for the perfect time. Because it's just another form of the same exact lie. Later is a lie that keeps us trapped. An excuse that limits our growth and a delay that steals our dream. Success doesn't live in the future. It is built in the small, often difficult choice we make right now. So start today, even if it's a tiny step. And thank you for listening.
That was out of the ordinary. Please welcome again Ban Uthman to explain why people compare themselves to others.
Why do we suddenly feel like we're not enough just because someone else succeeded? Well, this is a common question that many people wish to understand, and this is exactly why I'm here today. To understand it better, let me take you through a moment that you might have experienced before. Picture this. You're sitting with your friends, laughing and enjoying your time together. But suddenly, one of your friends says they got accepted into their dream university. Everyone congratulates them. Wow! One of your friends says, you smile too, then your mood quietly shifts without you noticing why. And the quiet thoughts appears in your mind. Am I doing enough with my life? Just moments ago, you were perfectly fine. Now, everything feels different. So why did everything change when it was simply a new piece of information received? Well, this is because of a natural process called social comparison, which is a fundamental feature of human psychology. Humans do not have a built-in skill to tell them how successful they are, so our brain uses other people as reference point. In this process, social media plays a major role. When you scroll through other people's profiles, your brain starts comparing your everyday achievements to their biggest highlights. However, social media only shows people's best moments, not their struggles, failures, or ordinary days. It represents an unrealistic version of life. As a result, you may start believing that others are perfect while you're falling behind. Social comparison can sometimes be beneficial. It can motivate us to grow and improve. However, in situations like this, the brain's response becomes harmful. Instead of inspiring you, it creates self-doubt and lower self-esteem, simply because you compared your normal progress to someone else's major milestone. So the next time you hear about someone else's success, before questioning your worth, remember this. Nothing in your life has changed. Only your thoughts have. Comparison happens because the brain is trying to find its place in the world. The real challenge isn't to stop comparing, but to stop comparison to define your worth. And thank you for listening.
That was remarkable. Your brain pulls one way, your heart pulls another. Sarah Bahir is here to explore when your heart and brain disagree.
Have you ever faced a difficult decision where your heart told you one thing, but your brain told you something different? For example, you might have to choose between a job you love and one that is more secure for your future, or staying friends with someone who hurts you because you care about her. Many people have experienced these situations in their lives. While the heart guides our emotions and the brain guides logic, the best decisions come when we balance both. To begin with, following your heart is important because it helps you pursue true happiness and passion. Our feelings guide us toward things we love, such as hobbies, dreams, and friendships. For example, in friendships, you might want to stay friends with someone even if she hurts you, because you still love her, care about her, or remember the good memories you shared together. When people follow their hearts, they feel more connected and satisfied. However, relying only on your heart may sometimes lead to choices that are not good for us. Secondly, logic and careful thinking help us avoid mistakes and protect ourselves. The brain helps us understand when something is harmful. For example, before choosing a university or job, careful planning and reasoning can prevent problems in your future life. The brain ensures that our choices are safe and practical, but not always what we love and want. To the main point, the best results come when we balance our emotions and logic in every decision. Instead of only following your heart or your brain, you can do both. And back to our example, you can choose to leave a friend who hurts you, but in a kind and respectful way. You don't have to hate her, but you can distance yourself to protect your mental and emotional health. This way, you respect your feelings and also take care of yourself. In the end, both our heart and brain play important roles in our lives, neither in your future life nor your social relations. Following your heart brings happiness. Using your brain ensures smart choices. Real strength comes from listening to your heart, thinking with your brain, and find the perfect balance between both. I'm Sarah Zahir, and thank you for listening to my TED Talkathon.
That's terrific. Technology is advancing fast. Could robots be smarter than humans? Sam Al-Ahmar is here to answer that question.
Imagine world where robots can solve problems faster than humans and never get tired. Technology is growing quickly, and computers already store more information and process data faster than we can. That makes people wonder if robots could one day become smarter than humans. Robots are already smarter than humans in some specific areas. First, they can process huge amounts of information in a second. For example, robots or computers can analyze medical data and help doctors detect diseases more quickly and accurately. Second, robots do not get tired or make mistakes because of emotions. They can work 24 hours a day without needing rest, which make them very efficient. Third, robots can perform dangerous tasks that humans cannot safely do, such as working in space, deep oceans, and hazardous environments. However, humans are smarter in many important ways. One reason, creativity. Humans can think of new ideas, create art, and invent things that have never existed before. Robots can only follow instructions and passion given to them. Another reason, emotion. Humans understand feeling and build relationships and make decisions based on empathy and values. Robots can naturally feel happiness, sadness, or love. In addition, humans can adapt to new situations easily and think in flexible ways, while robots often outside their program. In my opinion, humans are overall smarter because intelligence is not only about speed and data. True intelligence includes creativity, emotion, and ability to understand the world deeply. Robots may be smarter at calculations and repetitive tasks, but they still depend on humans' designs, program, and guide them. In conclusion, robots may be smarter in a certain tasks, but humans are smarter overall. By working together, we can create a more advanced future.
That was fascinating. Words can cut deeper than actions. Judy Risk is here to talk about words that can hurt more than you think. Please welcome her on stage.
Bullying doesn't always leave bruises you can see, but it can leave scars that last a lifetime. What if the words we say for just a few seconds could shape someone's confidence for years? Every day, millions of people carry an invisible weight, the pain caused by bullying. Sometimes the most dangerous harm isn't physical. It's the words that slowly start convincing someone that they're not enough. But what exactly is bullying, and how deeply can it actually affect someone's life? Bullying is a serious issue that can cause long-term emotional effect and must be recognized, understood, and actively stopped. Bullying can have serious and long-lasting effects on a person's mental, physical, and emotional well-being. Victims may experience low self-esteem, anxiety, loneliness, and depression, which can impact on their school performances and motivation. They may withdraw from others and lose interest in activities they once enjoyed. Bullying can have physical symptoms such as headaches, sleep problems, and stress. In severe cases, it can lead to self-harm or long-term emotional difficulties. But why do people even bully others? Bullying usually comes from insecurity, a desire for power, or the need for attention. Some people bully others because they have learned this behavior from their environment, while others do it just to fit in a group or to avoid becoming the target themselves. But sadly, social media has made bullying a lot easier, allowing hurtful words to spread rapidly and anonymously. Understanding these reasons doesn't excuse bullying, but it helps us recognize what it is and how we can work to stop it. In conclusion, bullying can only continue when people refuse to stay silent. But when individuals take action, we can create a world where everyone feels safe, respected, and valued. Thank you.
That was impressive. Our mind doesn't always tell the truth. Fatima Asghar is here to explore how your brain lies.
Have you ever walked into a room and felt like every single person there was judging you? Or have you ever replayed conversations in your head over and over again? So chances are you have. And many of us believe that we're interpreting it right. Most of the time, that is not the case. Your brain does, in fact, mix up information, leading you to believe things that may not even be true. Negative experiences, overthinking, and confirmation bias are three main reasons why our brains sometimes misinterpret reality and create false beliefs about ourselves and the world around us. To begin with, your brain has something called negativity bias. This means that negative experiences leave more of a mark in our heads than positive ones. A person might, for example, receive hundreds upon hundreds of compliments. Remember only a single critical comment over all of them. This bias developed long ago when humans needed to notice danger faster in order to survive. While this instinct did once help out in protecting people from threats, it now has caused individuals to focus way too much on negative thoughts and experiences. Secondly, one of the main points, of course, something we have all done at some point, overthinking. Whenever anything happens, such as someone not replying to your text fast enough, or giving you a short, dry response,
you often jump immediately to a negative conclusion. You start assuming things that may not even be true. Like, oh, what if that person's mad at me? Or what if I did something wrong? In reality, there are many more explanations to such situations, but the brain still tends to search among these things for possible threats or social rejection. Although modern life is very, very different from the past, our brains still react as if social mistakes could be dangerous. As a result, we create problems and scenarios in our mind that do not actually exist. To end off the reasons, another way your brain lies is through confirmation bias. Confirmation bias occurs when someone relies on information that feeds their internal belief, even if it's not really accurate. For instance, if someone thinks they're bad at public speaking, they will remember each and every small mistake they may have made, or forgetting the parts that may have actually gone well. Forgetting the parts that may have actually gone well. To conclude, because the brain prefers consistency, it continuously reinforces existing ideas, rather than stepping up and challenging them. The bottom line is, although the human mind is very, very powerful, it can never be perfect. Criticizing ourselves constantly, focusing way too much on negative experiences, and overthinking can lead our thoughts away from the track of reality. As a result, we continue to criticize ourselves, and it just makes our life worse. By consistently becoming aware of such things, we can learn to challenge our assumptions and make better judgments. Instead of believing every single thought that comes to mind, it is better to pause and ask yourself, is my brain really being honest? Thank you very much.
That was incredible. Sometimes what we want most can't be reached. Fatima Hrez is here to talk about when desire becomes impossible.
Have you ever wanted something so much, even knowing you could never have it? When we deeply desire something impossible, our mind often turns this feeling into a challenge, instead of simply letting it go. A person may clearly understand that something cannot happen, yet they emotionally feel drawn to it. This creates a strong internal conflict between what we know and what we feel. Humans normally prefer drowning in their own sadness. Other than that, our brain imagines that person with thing perfect, flawless, focusing only on goods, ignoring reality, which really causes attachment issues and can make it even stronger. Sometimes we are drawn to negative experiences because we secretly enjoy being the victims. Even though we know the negative outcome hurt us, we often focus on them, almost enjoying being the victims. I mean, we've all done that before. For example, when you ask somebody to list 3 good things about you and 3 bad things about you, you will 100% be waiting for the bad ones. That's a reality that we should all accept. Even though we know it will hurt us, we still do it anyway, either because we have so much hope or because we want to get hurt. We know the outcome of it and we love it. Humans adore being the victims of their own stories. In addition, our brain makes us focus on the idealized versions of people, the perfect, flawless one, and not the real one, which really causes attachment issues and can be really harmful for you. We love the version that we created of them and not who they really are. Plus, our mind says everything to a challenge, even love. When we love something that we can't have, our brain knows our reality, but our emotions try to prove it wrong, which will really cause a strong internal conflict. And this pure love will turn into a competition between what we feel and what we know. When you reach this point, you won't even tell if it's love or a challenge anymore, because you're basically blinded by the competition. It's automatic. That's how our brain works. It turns everything into a challenge. In conclusion, the reason why we stay, even though we know it's not good for us, is basically competition, attachment, and loving being the victim. So it's not really love. Well, maybe it's hope, but we should normalize this. Knowing recognize your worth and learning when to let go, that's how we free ourselves from impossible desire. Thanks for listening.
That was marvelous. Once spoken, words can't be taken back. Layla Al-Bawab is here to show why words are like arrows.
The words people say can have a lasting effect, but the power they hold depends on the permission we give them. Fix your looks. I've heard those words more times than I could ever count. And for the longest time, I let those words define me. They followed me everywhere I went. I heard it screaming in my head when I laid down at night. I heard it hushed behind my ear when I looked at people around me. Even whispered in my ear as I looked in the mirror. It haunted me. And for years, I believed those words. I believed I wasn't pretty enough to feel satisfied of how I looked. I believed if I adjusted myself, dressing better, smiling differently, hiding the parts of me society didn't approve of, then I could be enough. I believed those words until I realized I can change my perspective of perceiving those words. We often internalize words without realizing their impact on our confidence. After hearing "fix your looks" for so long, I started thinking that maybe the problem really was me. So obviously, I did what any rational person would do and tried figuring out what needed fixing. And that led to a ton of mirror sessions. You know the kind I'm talking about. Not the quick, "do I look fine?" glance before leaving to go out. I mean the full investigation. The kind where you tilt your head left and right, step back, lean closer, squint a little, thinking somehow the face in that mirror is going to change if you stared hard enough. At some point, it got so serious that when my cousin walked by, she looked and asked, "Are you fighting the mirror or something?" And honestly, it did really feel like it. But the problem wasn't the mirror. The problem were the voices in my head repeating those words over and over again. The words that were never even meant to stay there forever. And I know I'm not the only one who experienced this, because if you didn't, congrats. You've reached a level of inner peace the rest of us are still trying to reach. For most of us, it starts small. A joke, a comment. People don't realize how much it'll stick. But those words don't just disappear. They sit quietly in the back of our minds, waiting for the perfect moment to show up again. Usually, and most probably, at the worst possible time. Like when you're just about to leave the house, and then that voice pops up and says, "Are you sure you're going to wear that?" Then you have a full identity crisis and flip your whole closet around just to find another outfit. Then I realized something, that when you build your self-worth on other people's opinions, the target keeps moving, because there will always be a comment, a comparison, another arrow flying your direction. And for the longest time, I kept catching every single one of them. Then I thought of it, and not every arrow deserves a target. The real power of words isn't in the person who says them, it's in the control we give them over our minds. That realization changed something for me. I started to understand that the real power of those words were never in the people who said them, but it was in the permission we gave them to stay. Every single time I replayed "fix your looks" in my head, I was giving those words way more space than they deserved. And the truth is, we do this all the time. We become our own critics, ruining ourselves, repeating things that were once said casually by someone else. But what if we stopped doing this? What if, instead of collecting every arrow thrown at us, we start deciding which ones are even worth picking up? Because not every opinion is wisdom, and not every comment is the truth. The moment I started questioning those voices instead of obeying them, something shifted. I realized that my reflection wasn't my enemy, though they were the unrealistic expectations people had of me. And when you start seeing yourself through your own perspective instead of the world's changing standards, the mirror no longer feels like a battlefield. I see myself clearly, on my own terms. So yes, words can be like arrows. Some hit, some miss, and some we accidentally carry with us when they are thrown. But the important thing I learned is we don't have to just stand there and let every arrow hit. We can decide which words we want to hear and which words we want to let go. Because at the end of the day, confidence isn't about fixing yourself to fit everyone's expectations. It's about realizing that you were never the problem to begin with at all. And remember, not every arrow needs to hit. Decide which ones you let shape you.
That was outstanding. We all have a role to play. Mayar al-Sha'ar is here to explain our responsibility.
If unity and brotherhood are more than just slogans, then why Gaza still stands alone? For many years, Gaza has suffered from war, destruction, and the lack of many essential resources. Many families live in poverty and struggle to survive every day. This situation raises an important question: what is our responsibility towards them? We must help Gaza because it's our social, moral, and religious responsibility. Helping Gaza is not only a moral choice, but also a just duty. We all as Muslims believe that on the Day of Judgment, we will be asked about the suffering of others and what we did to help them. And the people of Gaza are among those who suffered greatly today. Standing with the oppressed and helping those in need is part of our faith. But if we remain silent and do nothing, how will answer Allah? Turning away from the suffering is something we may be held accountable for on the Day of Judgment. Beyond morality, helping Gaza is also politically important. The Israeli army is very, very powerful, and the region faces many political tension. If people do not stand politically with Gaza and Palestine, it may raise the risk of further conflict in the region. However, when nations and communities stand together, they send a strong message of unity and resistance against injustice. Political support helps to protect the rights and safety of people in the region. We also can help Gaza by rebuilding schools and supporting education. Gaza has many brilliant and talented people who deserve the chance to learn and grow. However, many schools in Gaza have been destroyed, leaving students with no place to learn. By rebuilding schools, we are not only rebuilding buildings, we are rebuilding hope, knowledge, and the future of our society. In conclusion, helping Gaza by rebuilding schools or standing with them politically is our responsibility. These actions can help the people of Gaza recreate new opportunities for the next generation and recreate their future. At the very least, let's never forget the suffering of the people of Gaza and always remember them in our prayers. And even small actions such as raising awareness and supporting education can make a difference.
That was sensational. Our minds play tricks on reality. Yara Dayas reveals how your mind sees what it wants to believe.
Mom, it's not here. We've all had this moment before. You're sent to the kitchen to grab something. You look for it, 3 seconds, maybe 4, if you're feeling generous. You move one thing, then another, and confidently you walk back and say, it's not there. And then, from the other room, you hear it out loud. If I come and find it, suddenly, you're nervous. But you know you checked. You looked everywhere, didn't you? And then she walks in. She opens the same drawer you opened, moves one tiny thing, and there it is, the exact object you just said didn't exist. And in that moment, you're left with one question. How did I not see it when it was right in front of me the whole time? And obviously, what would happen to me from my dear mommy? Now, that might sound like a simple, everyday situation, but it's not. It actually reveals something powerful about how our minds work. Because the truth is, we don't always see reality as it is. We see reality as we believe it to be. Our beliefs shape what we notice, how much effort we give, and even opportunities we see in life. Let's start with attention. Have you ever told yourself, I'm just bad at this subject? The moment you believe that, something changes. You sit in class, You look at the page, but your brain, it's already given up. You might even be looking directly at the answer and still not see it. Not because your eyes failed you, but because you didn't believe it was worth seeing. It doesn't end at attention. It also affects our effort. When you believe something is impossible, you don't try your hardest. Why would you when you're already convinced you'll fail? Your brain says, why waste the energy? But when you believe you can succeed, you push more, you focus more, you keep going. That's why beliefs are not just motivation, they are half the work. And finally, opportunities. Opportunities don't always come as big, obvious moments. Sometimes they are small, quite easy to miss. But here's the difference. Someone with a negative mindset walks past them. They don't even notice. Someone with a positive mindset, they see a chance, a possibility, a door. Same situation, same word, different thinking, different outcome. So, let me ask you something. How many opportunities have you missed? Not because they weren't there, but because you didn't believe they were. In the end, what we fail to see isn't actually missing. Sometimes they are just hidden behind our expectations. So, if you want to change your results, you don't start with your actions. You start with your thinking, because your mind is always watching, but it only shows you what you believe is worth seeing.
That was fabulous. Perfection isn't freedom, it's a trap. Noor Silwadi is here to tell us about perfectionism.
Imagine this. You're a student studying hard for a test. You're getting energized on not sleep but caffeine, going over something until it's engraved in your mind. You try hard and hard, making sure every single thing you do is perfect. But when the test results came in, you get an 85%. And now, you're losing your mind over a test score as if your life depended on it. So you try even more and more until your body is drained, because if it's not perfect, you won't take it. But why do we feel this way? Why does doing well still feel like failure? This feeling comes from the term perfectionism. People believing that they must meet standards that are practically impossible. And it comes with these effects that, when explained, it just doesn't sit right with us at all. But it happens more than you think. Like anxiety, burnouts, feeling empty inside, not caring for your physical or your mental health. All these feelings are in the process of it. And it feels like every single mistake you do is something dangerous. Every mistake is a step to failure. Every mistake makes you more and more worthless. Every mistake is just a big boulder in your way. So, you don't take any risks. You don't look into new opportunities. You just stay put where you are. But now you've become less creative. You've become a dull person. So, you lose who you are, and you have forgotten who you wanted to be in the first place. Speaking of who you are, this can also come from social expectations, like school grades, teachers, comparing yourself, and your parents. When expectations come from others, it feels like an all or nothing situation. If it's not perfect, it's a fail. And no matter how hard you tried on something, if the results are bad, so are your efforts. So you stick to one thing, because it's the safer option. But now you're nothing. You're led to nowhere. And now you're up one night at 2 a.m. on a project that is past due because you never felt like it was ready to turn in. So, now your efforts are lost. You feel hopeless. Your body is sluggish. Your mindset is a world of horrors, still being critical to yourself, still draining your body so much to the point where you can't think anymore. And speaking of which, I myself have been there. I've been put in a mindset where I felt like I couldn't do anything without worry. Like in school, I focused so much on school that I lost my interests, have no hobbies, and never look into new things. I've practically become a boring person. And since I was so focused on this one project or one assignment, and since I was so focused on school, I've lost myself, and I've let my hard work and myself go completely. And being perfect can drain a person so much that you won't recognize anymore. The spark in them is gone. The spark in them is gone. The spark in them is gone. So what I'm saying, am I saying that you should let go of all your responsibilities? No. What I'm trying to say is that you should find a path that works for both your responsibilities and yourself. And stress is completely normal, but hurting yourself isn't. Now, so overcoming perfectionism can be hard, but it's worth it. Overcoming it means fixing on how you view your mistakes and efforts. Focus on your actions, not the outcome. Although outcome can be a bit effective, results are never in your hands. So instead of asking yourself if you've got something right or reached your highest point, ask yourself, have you improved in anything? Have you learned anything new? Have I made any mistakes? And ask yourself again, if I had made mistakes, how can I improve in those mistakes to make myself better? Mistakes mean progress, and perfection just holds you back. Failure helps you grow. Failure can help you grow in any way, shape, or form. So, the point is, perfectionism is practically impossible, while growth and acceptance is always available. And sometimes the bravest thing you could do is allow yourself to be imperfect. Thank you.
That was marvelous. Introducing a student from 10th E. It's never too late to repent. Tahani Aswad is going to talk about no sin is too big to be repented. Welcome her on stage.
Assalamu alaikum. Hi, judges. Take a moment to think about this. You can close your eyes if you want, but just don't sleep. Okay, so you're carrying a backpack on your back. But it's not an ordinary backpack. It's a backpack filled with every single sin you've ever done. Every time you lied. Every time you spoke about someone behind their back. Every single time you made a selfish decision. It's heavy. So heavy it makes your shoulders bend. It makes your back stoop. It makes your steps slow. It makes the whole world feel heavy around you. Almost all of us have a backpack like this. Almost all of us have a backpack like this. This backpack represents us, and it represents our sins towards Allah. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is very forgiving. He'll forgive all our sins no matter what. Let me tell you a story about a man. A man, just like me and you, he had many sins, a lifetime worth of sins. He was so scared to meet Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. He trembled just at the idea about it. He was so scared, he even asked his family to burn his body after he died. He thought fire was the only thing that could cleanse him. Well, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala forgave him. You may be thinking he didn't deserve it, but Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala's mercy was bigger than all of his sins combined. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says in Surah Al-Zumar, "Say, O my servants who have transgressed against themselves, Allah's mercy is bigger. Indeed, Allah is the forgiving, the most merciful." This ayah shows us that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala's mercy was bigger than the sins that they've all made. I bet every single one of us has sinned. It doesn't matter, big or small. So Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala's mercy is like a huge ocean that never dries up. Even the deepest stains can be washed away by His mercy. I want you to think about a time you've sinned. Yesterday, maybe last week, maybe even last year. You think that maybe Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala won't forgive you. Now imagine someone coming up to you and telling you, all of these sins can be forgiven with just one word, astaghfirullah. Astaghfirullah is a very powerful word. If you say it sincerely and with the right intent, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala will forgive you. Now, the 3 lessons we learned from the story. Fear is a mirror. It reflects our sins. It reminds us that we're human. The second lesson we've learned is hope. Hope is a bridge. Without hope, fear traps us. And with hope, it guides us towards Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Repentance is key. Even the biggest, heaviest backpacks can be unlocked with this key, and you can be guided back to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Now, let's all unpack our bags and say astaghfirullah for our sins. And picture yourself walking into a bright light of mercy from Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Thank you.
That was inspiring. Thank you so much, Tahani. It's our pleasure to have you on the stage, wallah.
Moving on to our terrific grade 8W students. Even the tiniest decisions can shape our lives. Bahamadia is here to talk about small choices, big futures.
Every day, we make hundreds of decisions. Some seem small, like choosing to study for a test or helping a friend. Others feel much bigger. But what many people do not realize is small choices' powerful effects on our future. One small choice can change the direction for our lives. That is why understanding the power of small choices is so important. First, small choices often lead to big opportunities. For example, deciding to try something new, like joining a club, entering a new competition, or practicing a new skill, can open doors we never expected. Many successful people started with one small decision to make, and it eventually led to big achievements. Second, small decisions can shape our habits. When we decide to stay strong, stay disciplined, and keep going when things get hard, we slowly build strong habits. These habits help us grow and improve over time. On the other hand, when we decide to avoid challenges and give up easily, we limit our potential. Our daily choices slowly build the person we become. Furthermore, small choices can give us the courage to face our fears. Sometimes the hardest decision is to simply start. When we decide to stay strong and never giving up, we take a step towards success. This is, for example, how our future works, just like dominoes. Not through one big moment, but through the small choices we make every day. The scary part, we only control the first domino. In conclusion, small decisions can have a big impact on our lives. They can lead to big opportunities, shape our habits, and give us the courage to achieve our goals. Our future isn't determined by one big moment or by luck. They are determined by the small choices we make every day. So the question is simple. What decision will you make today? Thank you for listening.
That was marvelous. Michael Jordan once said, "I failed over and over again in my life, and that is why I succeed." Firas Nassar is here to explain why failure is the best teacher.
Everyone fears failure, especially me. When we get a bad mark or lose in a competition, we start thinking, why me? Or is my work not enough? Or what did I do wrong? Well, ladies and gentlemen, I have an idea. Oh, oops, sorry. Okay, now we're talking about the real idea. So basically, well, my idea that I've been thinking about is how we should start thinking, how can this failure help me? Or how can this failure teach me to lead me to my goal of being successful? Well, what I'm saying basically is it's okay to fail. Everybody fails. Even the successful men we all know in our life have failed once. Like, let's take an example. Big names, big titles we all know today. Like Michael Jordan, or Elon Musk, or Jeff Bezos. So, you know what's common with these three successful men? Is that these men have failed multiple times. These men never gave up on their dreams, and they gave it their best shot and effort. Now they are owners of billion-dollar companies or successful players. So this is your reminder to not quit. Give it your best shot, and know that many successful people we all know today have failed once in their life. Thank you.
That was exceptional. Sometimes the people we overlook are the ones making the biggest impact. Yamin Haddad is here to talk about comparing the invisible person of a generation.
Do you remember me? My name is Yamin Haddad. Yes, I'm the same person who stood here last year talking about gold. It's confusing how its price kept going up. And as all prediction, if you want to save your money wisely, turn into gold. Today I will talk about comparison, the invisible prison of an entire generation. Imagine waking up in the morning and immediately opening your phone. Within seconds, you see someone traveling the world. Someone celebrating a success. Someone who seems happier, smarter, and more successful than you. And suddenly, without realizing it, a quiet voice whispers in your mind, why am I not like them? That is the invisible prison many people live in today. Not a prison built of walls or bars, but a prison built of comparison. Comparison used to be limited. People compared themselves with a few classmates, neighbors, or colleagues. But today, we compare ourselves with thousands of people every single day. And the problem is simple. We compare our life, people highlight real. We see their achievement, not their failure. We see their smile, not their fear. We see the final success, but not the years of failure behind it. And slowly, companies start to see something very important from us. Our confidence, our peace, and sometimes even our dreams. Many students today hesitate to try something else, not because they lack ability, because they feel they are already behind someone else. But here is the truth we often forget. Comparison is the enemy of growth. Every single person in this room is living a completely different story. Different talents, different jobs, different timing. Let me share a small story that shows how powerful comparison can be. I once had a friend whose mother constantly compared him to his cousin. Look at your cousin. Why can't we be more like him? At first, it seemed like a small motivation for him, but something unexpected happened. Instead of becoming more motivated, my friend felt he was never good enough. Every achievement he did felt small, because someone had did it better than him. And the cousin he was compared to, he stopped seeing him as family. He avoided meeting him. In fact, he started wishing him the worst. Comparison has turned family into rival. And the damage did not stop there. The more my friend felt judged and compared, the less he was confident in himself. The less he was confident in himself, the worse his academic performance became. In the end, the flower does not compete with the flower next to it. It just blooms when the time comes. The real competition is with the person you were yesterday. So today, I will leave with one simple idea. Your life is not a competition between others. It's a story only you can write. Thank you for listening.
That was marvelous. We all put things off sometimes. Yahya Yamani is here to explain the science of procrastination.
Thank you. Assalamu alaikum. Most people will say that procrastination is just the result of laziness or a lack of discipline. However, what really happens in the mind of a procrastinator is different. People tend to procrastinate due to the desire of taking short-term comfort rather than the actual effort it takes to accomplish the end goal. The type of procrastination that occurs is within two systems in the brain. The first system within the brain is responsible for planning and achieving long-term goals. The second system within the brain is responsible for seeking immediate rewards. When people try to do something stressful or difficult, the second system in their brain, which is responsible for seeking immediate rewards, takes over. And that's why people tend to choose something easier and more enjoyable and more desirable. The influence of technology in the modern world has enabled people to procrastinate on a much more daily basis. The ability to access social media and games provides people numerous opportunities to procrastinate. These instant rewards that these activities offer often encourage people to opt for these activities over others that might provide more significant results in the long term. However, there are some ways to reduce procrastination, such as breaking up large tasks into smaller ones and focusing on each specific task at a time can dramatically help a procrastinator feel more productive, and it can help him procrastinate less. And trust me, even the simplest strategies can help someone procrastinate less. In conclusion, procrastination is more than just laziness or a lack of discipline, as some of y'all think. It is just how the brain responds to difficult achievements and difficult tasks. When we try to understand these processes, we can work with our brains better and procrastinate less. Thank you.
That was sensational. Life throws challenges at everyone. Ali Hihi is here to talk about resilience and recovery.
The strongest steel is forged from the hottest fire. The strongest steel is forged from the hottest fire. Same thing as the human spirit, refined by defeat, refined by defeat, and reborn through resilience. Resilience teaches us. Resilience isn't just about facing challenges. It's about rising and becoming stronger. Did you know that resilience? Okay. عيد الفقرة. عيد الفقرة. Resilience isn't just about enduring challenges. It's about rising strong and becoming stronger. Every loss, every failure, every setback is fuel to keep going. Recovery is progress. Recovery is the process. Recovery means moving forward after challenges. Recovery means moving forward after facing challenges. Did you know some communities may face tragic disasters such as floods or even fires, but the community must stay strong to push through. Some communities may face tragic disasters such as fires or even floods. This forces them to rely on each other, share resources, rebuild homes, but most importantly, rebuild hope. Rebuild hope. Okay. If nature teaches us one thing, it's patience. Forests grow back after wildfires. Coral reefs recover when protected. And coral reefs recover when protected. Forests grow back after wildfires. If nature teaches us something, it's patience. Hard times spark new ideas. Did you know that most inventions were born from a struggle? The deepest of healing is on the inside. People heal their minds and hearts through spirituality, art, or even mindfulness. This shows that resilience is not only internal,
but not only external but internal. In conclusion, resilience and recovery are human superpowers. Resilience and recovery are human superpowers. If you're going through a crisis or going through something hard, it is not the end, but it's the beginning of a new chapter, a new beginning. We must come back stronger and better than ever.
That was wonderful. Every mistake tells a story. Mazen Hamad explains why making mistakes is important.
Hello everyone. Have you ever made a mistake and felt really bad about it? Today I want to talk about something that many students doesn't like, making mistakes. Most of us feel bad when we make a mistake. For example, if you answer a wrong question in a class or get a bad mark on a test, you might feel embarrassed. I sometimes feel that way too. One time I made a mistake on a test and I felt upset and I thought I was not good at the subject. But later, when I looked to my mistakes, I understood what I did wrong. The next time I did much better. This made me realize something important. Mistakes are actually a big part of learning. When you make a mistake, you give a chance to understand the problem and improve. Think about when you learn a new game or a new skills. At the beginning, you usually make many mistakes, but after practicing and taking time, you slowly become better. I believe mistakes help us grow. Without mistakes, it will be very hard to learn a new thing. In the end, I think mistakes are not the opposite of success. They are not the opposite of success. They are actually a step on the road to success. Thank you for listening.
That was wonderful. From challenges to change, Khalid Haytham is here to share his life with dieting.
My life with dieting. Hello everyone. Today I will talk about the biggest lie we told ourselves about. I will start my diet on Monday. Why specifically Monday? Monday, it is like the rest days of the week, but it is a qualified day. I wake up motivated and I say for my mom to make for me breakfast. She boiled for me 2 eggs and she make for me tea without sugar. And then I go to school. Before I go to school, I look at the mirror. I have seen myself I have seen myself. At least I have lost 10 kilograms. And then suddenly I am not hungry anymore. I am cravings. And I want to tell you something. I don't want only food. I want everything. Even things I normally don't like. And now comes the night, the most dangerous time. Everyone is eating amazing food, smells everywhere, and I am sitting alone with a sad bowl of lettuce. Even the lettuce, it is like, bro, you deserve better. And then comes this cheat. One day cheat become two becomes a week. And in this I learned something very important, that dieting isn't a decision. Diet, it is a battle, a daily battle. Thank you for listening to me.
That's magnificent. More isn't always better. Sanad al-Momani is here to talk about quality, not quantity.
Many people believe that the body weight depends only on the number of calories we eat. According to this common idea, as long as two foods contain the same number of calories, they should have the same effect on the body. However, scientific research shows that the reality is more complex. Calories measure energy, but the source of those calories can influence how the body processes them. For example, imagine consuming 200 calories from sugars and 200 calories from nuts. Although both provide the same amount of energy, the body responds to them differently. Sugars quickly digested and absorbed by the body, which can make a rapid rise in blood glucose levels. This spike is usually followed by a quick drop, which can increase feeling of hunger shortly afterward. In contrast, nuts contains healthy fats, proteins, and fiber, which can slow digestion and help maintenance feeling of fullness for a longer time. Another important factor is what scientists call the thermic effect of food. This refers to the amount of energy the body uses to digest, absorb, and metabolize nutrients. Different macronutrients requires different amount of energy to be digested. For instance, protein generally requires more energy to be digested compared to carbohydrates or fats. As a result, food rich in protein may lead to a slightly higher energy expenditure during digestion. Furthermore, many processed foods are designed to be extremely palatable by combining sugars, fats, and salt. This combination can strongly stimulate the brain reward system, encouraging people to eat more than they need. As a result, individuals may eat a lot of calories without experiencing the same level of fullness provided in whole food. In conclusion, calories are an important measure of energy, but they do not tell the entire story. The quality and composition of food play a crucial role in how our body responds to what we eat. So, focusing only on counting calories may overlook the significant impact that different types of food have on metabolism, hunger, and overall health. Thank you for listening.
That was informative. Albert Einstein once said, "The important thing is not to stop questioning. Curiosity has its own reason for existing." Zain Madhya is here to show us how curiosity can change your life. Please welcome him on stage.
Curiosity is one of the most powerful qualities a person can have. It pushes people to ask more questions, explore new experiences, and learn more about the world around them. Because of this, curiosity can truly change a person's life for the better. It opens the door to endless possibilities and personal growth. First, curiosity helps people learn and grow. When someone is curious, they're more motivated to search for answers and gain knowledge. This constant learning helps people become smarter and more capable in many areas of life. As a result, they gain a deeper understanding of the world and themselves. Second, curiosity encourages new experiences. Curious individuals are more willing to step out of their comfort zones and explore new and unfamiliar opportunities. These experiences later can help them to discover new talents and interests they might have not found otherwise. They also gain confidence by facing new challenges and situations. Finally, curiosity helps people solve problems and improve their future. Curious people often think deeply into a question and try to solve it more efficiently. This mindset can help with creativity, innovation, and success in school and careers. The deeper you think into a problem, the more solutions you get. In conclusion, curiosity can greatly transform a person's life. It promotes learning, encourages new experiences, and leads to creative problem solving. Because of these reasons, everyone should value their own curiosity. When someone's curious, they will keep growing. They will continue growing throughout their entire lives. Thank you.
That was terrific.
واحد بعت بكرام بعت لنا evaluation.
Sometimes the choices we think are ours may not be. Yamin Handam is here to explore what if the choices you make every day aren't really yours.
What if the choices you make every day are not truly yours, but quietly guided by technology? Technology has been always humanity's greatest tool, from the invention of the wheel to the rise of the internet. It has lifted us, connected us, and given us possibilities our ancestors could never imagine. Today, we cure diseases faster, communicate across continents instantly, and access knowledge that once took lifetime to gather. But here lies the paradox. The very tool designed to empower us may be also shaping us in ways we do not fully understand. Social media does not just connect us, it decides what we see, what we believe, and sometimes even how we feel. Artificial intelligence does not just assist us, it predicts us, nudges us, and occasionally replaces us. So the real question is not whether technology is powerful. The real question is, who holds the power? We or the machines we have built? Think about it. When you scroll through your phone late at night, is it you choosing what to watch, or is it the algorithm choosing for you? When you buy something online, is it your need driving the purchase, or is it the subtle persuasion of targeted ads? Technology helps humanity when you use it with intention. It controls humanity when you surrender without question. The future is not about technology versus humanity. It's about technology with humanity. Thank you so much for listening.
That was wonderful. Childhood is precious. Karam Aouni is here to explain why a red light shouldn't be childhood.
If you allow me, please buy from me. Buy from me. Good morning, everyone. That's not a line from a movie. That's not a quote from a book. Those are words of a child. A child standing between cars. A child knocking on windows. A child repeating the same sentence again and again, again and again, hoping anyone will help. My father is dead. My mother is sick. My brothers are hungry. Have you seen this scene before? Of course you have. We see it in busy streets, public gardens, light traffics. We see children asking for money instead of asking for questions in a classroom. We see them working hard every single day instead of playing and having fun. We see them surviving instead of dreaming for a bright future. For most of us, this moment lasts for seconds. The light turns green and we drive away. But for that child, that's not just a moment. It's a daily routine. It's a childhood slowly slipping away. In Jordan, child begging has become visible and painful reality. While others wake up, prepare for school, eat breakfast, others wake up under the hot sun or the cold winter, knocking on car windows. They should be holding pencils, not tissues to sell. They should be learning math, learning science, not learning how to beg politely, so they do not get ignored. Why does this happen? The answer is simple. It's poverty. Yes, poverty plays a major role. Families struggle to afford food, rent, or health care. But the deeper truth is more complex. Family breakdown, unemployment, displacement, and sometimes families push children to the streets. Some children are not begging by their choice. They are forced to, and the money they collect is not always theirs. Now, think about the risks they face every single day. The humiliation, the hard work, the dream they need to focus on. But here is the most important part of this problem. It is solvable. Yes, solvable. Governments, organizations, and schools can offer safe places, education, and the most important thing, second chances. And we as individuals, we can support trusted charities by giving them money instead of giving poor people money directly on the streets. The next time you stop at a red light, remember this. A red light is temporary, but a lost childhood can last forever. Every child deserves to dream. Every child deserves safety. Every child deserves food. And when we protect these children, we are not just helping them. We are protecting the future of all of us. Thank you for listening.
That was groundbreaking. Social media is everywhere. Should students limit their use on social media? Hassan Al-Absi is here to answer that question. A big clap for him.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Hassan Al-Absi, and today I'll be talking about should students limit the use of social media. Social media has become a major part in students' everyday lives, offering quick communication, entertainment, and access to information. While it provides many advantages, excessive use can create serious challenges. For this reason, students should limit the use of social media to maintain a balance to their academic, mental, and social lives. One important reason is that students should limit the use of social media because of its negative effect on academic performance. Many students get distracted by notifications, messages, and endless scrolling when they should focus on their studies. This leads to poor time management and reduced concentration, making it harder to complete assignments or prepare for exams. By controlling their usage, students can stay more focused and improve their learning outcomes. Another reason is the impact on mental health. Social media shows unrealistic lifestyles and achievements, which can cause students to compare themselves to others. This comparison may lead to feelings of insecurity, stress, and low self-esteem. Limiting time spent on these platforms can help students develop a healthier mindset and feel more confident about themselves. In addition, too much social media can affect real-life relationships and personal development. Spending hours online can reduce face-to-face interactions with family and friends. It may also prevent students from engaging in useful activities, such as sports, reading, or developing new skills. By reducing their screen time, students can build stronger relationships and grow personally. In conclusion, although social media has its benefits, students should use it in moderation. Limiting its use can help improve academic performance, mental health, and encourage meaningful real-life experiences. Finding the right balance is the key to ensuring that social media remains a helpful tool than a harmful habit. Thank you for listening.
Winning feels important, but is everything really about winning? Hamza Muhammad is here to answer that question.
I had entered so many challenges. Sometimes I get lucky and I win, but sometimes I get unlucky and I lose. Sometimes I give so much of my effort and I win, but sometimes I don't give that much of my effort and I lose. Those are two results. First is winning. The part describes happiness that we all want to feel. Second is losing. The part describes sadness and we all feel as the indignant feeling. I am, as Hamza Al-Jariri, an 8th grader, feel the same when I lose. But when I go to an adult, parent, teacher, relative, they all tell me, believe in yourself, you can do it next time, trust yourself. When I hear those inspiring sentences, a thought just fulfills my mind. Actually, a question, which is really everything about winning. So what about losing? The state of sadness. Because I never heard someone who lost once said, I won. Maybe I didn't want the challenge, but I want trust, confidence, notes on myself, experience. All of us, we can't be that someone because we're born to believe that losing is sadness. But I came here actually to show you that losing is learning. And winning does not come near losing in terms of advantages. In the speak of advantages, a major advantage of losing is equality. Let me give you a life example. Imagine I am entering a competition. The competition ended. I looked at the results. I found myself a winner. I looked at other results. I found all of them are winners. How will my family feel? How will my parents feel? How will I feel? I will feel sad, disappointed, and most important, all my effort has vanished to thin air. But imagine I enter a competition and I was a winner, and there are only 2 other contestants that are winners. How will I feel? I feel proud, confident, and every bit of my effort has paid off. So losing actually provides equality to every single contestant. Let's be real. If I only mention some advantages, when will you forget it? After a minute or 2? So this is why I am here, so you can believe in yourself, so you can overcome your fear of making mistakes. And this cannot be applied by winning or losing once and then stop entering some challenges. That comes from trying, practicing, and believing. As so many famous philosophers have mentioned, our greatest glory is not in never falling, but in rising every time we fall. After you overcome your fear, you must build a new continuous confidence. A confidence that will increase and never decrease. A confidence that will help you achieve all of your dreams. A confidence that can withstand any type of pressure but never breaks. And this confidence cannot come from sitting all the day on the couch watching others being successful and then saying, those people are gifted and I can never be like them. But it comes from saying, what is the difference between me or them? I can be like them by making my own career and be a good example for others. In my speech, I used the word or term losing is when you enter a challenge, give most or even all of your effort, and then you lose. But do you know what actual losing is? It's when you have the chance to enter a challenge or a competition, and then you refuse. Why? Because of some silly reasons, like being afraid. So this is why I dedicated my life to enter any possible challenge, like this challenge right here, and dedicated it to rely on my effort, but never on luck.
That was so remarkable. Games can teach more than fun. Salman Marwan is here to explain the scientifically proven benefits of video games.
Shadow of the Colossus, Until Dawn, God of War, The Last of Us, Uncharted, Forever Rapper, Gravity Rush, Stellar Blade, Medieval, Astrobot, Spider-Man, Ratchet and Clank, Ico, The Last Guardian, Famous Second Son and Famous First Light, Ghost of Tsushima, Horizon, Little Big Planet, and Gran Turismo. Among all these names you heard, there is one thing in common. They are all video games. Video games are amazing for all their benefits. However, most people view them as a distraction or a waste of time when they actually offer many benefits. In my opinion, and science's too, video games offer many benefits when played in moderation. Firstly, according to many studies from notable sources, playing video games improves parent-child when parents co-play video games with their children. Children achieve improved communication levels and have lower stress levels, and also have improved relationships with their parents. Second, according to a 2022 study from Oxford University, playing video games does not have any bad mental health impacts. Instead, it acts as a way of entertainment and stress relief, and helps in treating mental conditions such as depression, anxiety, and schizophrenia. Third, playing video games, especially action and puzzle video games, improves many brain functions such as cognitive thinking, problem solving under pressure, and attention span. Fourth, playing story-heavy games, such as The Last of Us, offers many emotional benefits, such as immersion, relaxation, and empathy for characters and their decisions. In my opinion, to conclude, playing video games has many benefits, such as improving parent-child bonds, entertainment and stress relief, improving brain functions, and emotional benefits. In my opinion, parents shouldn't go out against video games and ban them completely. Instead, they should cherish them and teach their children moderation skills.
That was terrific. Even tiny actions can make a huge difference. Sanad Raed is here to talk about small actions, big change.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Sandra Wana. Today, I'd like to talk about something simple but powerful. How small actions can create big change. Many people think that to change the world, you need to be famous, rich, or an adult. We imagine scientists inventing amazing technologies and leaders making huge decisions. But the truth is, change often starts by small actions made by ordinary people. Think about it. A student that helps a classmate understand a difficult lesson is making a difference. Someone that chooses kindness over bullying is changing someone's day. Throwing trash in a bin instead of on the ground is helping protect the environment. These actions may seem small, but when many people do them every day, they become powerful. Let me give you an example. Now, imagine one person planting a tree. That's nice, but it's just one tree. Now imagine an entire school planting trees. Suddenly, you have a small forest. That's how change works. One action inspires another. So instead of asking, what big thing can I do today? You should probably ask a different question. What small thing can I do today? Maybe it's helping someone. Maybe it's standing up for a try. Maybe it's improving yourself a little every day. Because small actions are like dominoes. When one falls, it pushes the other, and the other, and the other, until something big happens. So, my message today is simple. Don't underestimate the power of small actions. The world doesn't change all at once. It changes one action, one choice, and one person at a time. And that person could be you. Thank you.
That was wonderful.
When God wants a man powerful, Sanad Mismeh is going to tell us what that means.
Hi everyone, I am Sanad. In the beginning, I want to share with you a small, teeny tiny story that most of you probably know. It's a reality that Maryam alayha salam understood when she was in the plains of labor and Allah reveals to her to shake a trunk of a date tree. Have you seen a trunk of a date tree? This is an established tree. Have you ever experienced dates failing by shaking? Probably not. Allah is not telling a strong, able man like me to shake the tree. He's telling a woman at the depth of her weakness to shake the tree. Did Maryam alayhi salam say, Ya Allah, how will these dates come down? These dates are plucked and picked, and you are asking me to shake a tree that is immovable? She did as Allah asked, and she didn't complain about the weakness of her moment and the difficulties of childbirth. She understood tawakkul. That's exactly what tawakkul means. It means, I don't see the solution. I don't know what's gonna happen tomorrow, but I do know one thing for sure. That is, Inna Ma'iya Rabbi Sayahdeen. When God wants to make a man powerful, He doesn't crown him first. He breaks him. First, He strips away your comfort, your pride, your plans, until all what's left is what's real. Every bad day, every heartbreak, every bad day, every heartbreak, everything, that's God molding you piece by piece. Here I am today, by the grace of God, standing before you. With faith and trust in Him, I have overcome every hardship I faced. Every hardship I faced. Every hardship I faced. Let us remember that trials will not stop us. My heart will never ever break, and my mind and thoughts will not be defeated. I will keep trying and resisting until I reach my goal. Thank you.
That was extraordinary. Behind every great invention is an engineer. Faris Mdallal is here to show us how engineers change the world. Big claps for him.
Imagine a time where you had to use camels and horses for transportation instead of cars, planes, or even trains. All these inventions were made by tens of thousands of engineers around the world. Engineers can change the world by making new inventions, new ideas and creativity, and making life more effective. In reality, inventions were made to solve problems like the car. The car was invented as a result of wanting to save people travel time, and engineers were the ones who turned this invention into a real-time commodity. The car was invented because engineers saw that going from place to place, whether camel, horse, or even on foot was too slow, especially when traveling long distances to see people or spread information in a short amount of time. All these engineers work together to make these inventions you see around you become the new normal. From computer science engineers to design engineers. They all contributed into the fabrication of today's technology and became a part of history. Personally, I want to be a mechanical engineer. According to my research, a mechanical engineer uses the following engineering principles: mechanical, electrical, materials, and software. They don't only use mechanics, but they also use software or coding when working or building with machines. I brought with me something small I've created using small pieces of Legos, batteries, speaker lights, buttons with different functions, and a charging port. All the materials I have now put together has turned into a mini arcade game. I've designed the cover to make it have a look and feel that anyone who enjoys playing video games would be interested in my little creation. This shows that anyone who has an interest in engineering is capable of modifying or creating different objects to make them have a look and feel that gives internal comfort and self-satisfaction. Engineers today are changing the world. Young engineers today can all make a difference. It is certain that every invention came from an idea. Who here has an idea that can change the world? Engineering is not only about making and building, but it is also about creativity. Every great invention came from a great idea. But every great idea had to run into a problem, either a code problem or a mechanical problem. Mistakes are what made these inventions exist. That's the type of mistakes engineers make. That's what's great about engineering. You always learn and grow from every error. Engineers are making our lives easier, so much that we sometimes don't even notice it. Engineers have made so many things that it is hard to live without them. They have made so many things, like the car, the light bulb, the TV, the supercomputers, so many. They made so many changes that it is hard to live without these changes. Can you live without your phone, your computer, tablet, or iPad? Today is the day where everyone can build a part of a very exciting future, and tomorrow is where we continue. As my talk ends, we now know how engineers can change the world by making new inventions, new ideas, and room for creativity, and making our lives easier. The next time you want to build or program, try to stay positive and keep doors open to show your creativity and change the world. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
As we come to the end of this inspiring day, we reflect not on the speeches that we heard, but on the ideas that were sparked. Each speaker brought something unique and an idea worth hearing. Today wasn't just about speaking, it was about making an impact. A sincere thank you as well to our respected judges. Your time is truly appreciated. Thank you all for being part of this year's TED Talkathon. Have a wonderful day.